idea is to improve conflict resolution, improve the reintegration of offenders into society, and of course to achieve something that I know all of us here are interested in. And I'll just be asking you to do one very easy thing throughout the proceedings. Every now and then I'm going to ask for a show of hands, all right? So show of hands, everybody who wants to see a safer, more just, more peaceful Jamaica. That one should be easy. I'm looking to see if any hand didn't go up, because then I know we're in trouble, all right? And the post-sentence phase of restorative justice, just to be clear, that's a process when the Commissioner of Corrections, as well as, or the parole board, refers a convicted offender to restorative justice. And as the legendary Peter Tosh says, we can't have peace without equal rights and justice. So there was actually an additional Julius Coast Challenge course recently when the children were asked, who sings the song Equal Rights? And our answer was not Tosh. Show of hands, anybody who can guess what the answer was? When I see the hands go up, I know the age of people in the room. Okay, I said, I sure know. That's why I'm going to say, and what? So how do we get to this society that's more peaceful, more just, and how do we get there using post-sentence restorative justice? Well, the government is committed to this, so we're going to see continued government support. We need a strong legal framework. We need secure practices, and the hope is to see the improvement of rehabilitation post-sentence and contribute to reducing recidivism as well as transforming the justice system. And it's really important to remember that this isn't about going soft on offenders, right? Which is why I think sometimes people are a little bit wary of restorative justice. It's about trying to find a better way to deal with offenders so they don't reoffend, while at the same time helping victims and helping society. And when you look at the law, the statute, when you look at the policy, when you listen, as you will, to the people who are speaking, the experts in the field, you're going to hear the words accountability. You're going to hear the word responsibility. So it is about holding offenders accountable in a more meaningful way while they accept responsibility. Because you're talking now about healing the victim, at the same time acknowledging accountability of the offender, at the same time encouraging community participation, and at the same time restoring trust. So there's a whole heap going on at the same time, and that's why we need this broad community approach to get us there. And that's why all of you are here. We need to hear from you today. We need your input. We need your thoughts. We need your perspectives on how the process is set up to work now. If you think it works, if you don't think it works, how you think it could work better, and if you don't think there should be post-sentence restorative justice at all, we want you to say that as well. Want you to be frank, want you to talk your truth. Now is the time to tell the Ministry of Justice what you think about these issues, because they really want the feedback so they can make the process better. And remember, we're focusing on post-sentence. So let's start off the day's proceedings by getting prayed up. Mrs. Kathy Chambers-Admon is going to be helping us there.
Good morning. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this new day. We thank you for the opportunity, Lord, to come in this way to look at this very, very important matter. We invite your presence in our midst today. We pray that the thoughts will flow, the ideas, Lord, the recommendations, and that we'll have a fruitful discussion and exchanges. We pray that you bless everything that we do, and at the end, we will all be able to say, it was very good for us to have been here. Bless the proceedings now, we pray, in Jesus' name.
Thank you so much. No, just in case you're thinking, boy, how Dion never given a good welcome, just good morning dry. So I'm about to remedy that, or rather to invite the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, to remedy that with the official welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson Miller. Good morning, everyone. Let me remedy, that's a word that legal people use. We just say fix. Honorable Deroy Chuck, KCMP, Minister of Justice. Honorable Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, MP, Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security. I'm looking if Custos is here. Custos Ian Forbes, Custos Rotolorum of St. Andrew. I believe he's on his way. Honorable Mr. Justice Retired Glenworth Brown, Chairman of the Parole Board. Her Honor, Mrs. Paula Powell Blake, Senior Judge in the Parish Court of the Criminal Division of the Corporate Area. Mrs. Carolyn Reed Cameron, KC, Public Defender. Mr. Calixtus Joseph, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Assistant Director of Policy, Innovation and Strategy in CARICOM, Implementation Agency for Crime and Strategy Impacts. Mrs. Kayla Sewell Mills, Chief Technical Director in the Justice Policy and Governance Division of the Ministry of Justice. Ms. Shauna Chors, I'm giving you a title, Shauna. Ms. Shauna Chors, Chief Technical Director in the Crime Prevention, Rehabilitation and Inspectorate Division of the Ministry of National Security. Dr. Mark Thomas, Deputy Commissioner, Rehabilitation, Probation, Aftercare Division, Services of the Correctional Department. Detective Sergeant Joy Carter. I'm seeing some other persons who are not on my list. I am not going to start naming persons or else I'm going to get into further trouble. But I see Mr. Bassi from the Dispute Foundation, thank you, sir, and Ms. Vanna Lawrence, who I've not seen. It's good to see you, Vanna from EU. Other esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and persons joining us virtually online, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this forum for the revision of the Restorative Justice Policy and to thank you all for taking time out of your very busy schedules to be here. Today we gather to discuss a critical component of our justice system, that's the restorative justice, and its integral role in rehabilitation, particularly for individuals post-sentencing, whether they are serving time in a correctional facility or have had the opportunity to be granted parole. For those who may not be aware, restorative justice is a conflict resolution approach that seeks to address harm, restore relationships, and achieve accountability by involving all parties. The parties include the victim, the offender, and the community. This paradigm shifts the focus from punitive measures to repairing the harm caused, fostering healing, and building stronger, more cohesive communities. Our restorative justice program has demonstrated a high success rate and is accessible across the island through the ministry's restorative justice and justice centers. However, we are concerned about the relatively low uptake of this approach within the post-sentence rehabilitation processes. I am therefore encouraged that today's forum will provide a platform to strengthen the operational reach of restorative justice, deepen understanding of its legislative underpinnings, build a more supportive and effective pathway for rehabilitation and reintegration through restorative justice practices. By integrating restorative justice into post-sentence rehabilitation, we aim to foster better reintegration outcomes, reduce recidivism, and enhance public safety. Today's discussions will guide us towards actionable improvements that ensure sustainability of the restorative justice policy, fostering stronger partnerships with the correctional system and parole services. We are privileged to hear from key stakeholders who will bring both local and regional perspectives. These persons include our own Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Justice, who will provide an overview of the Restorative Justice Policy and its legislative framework. The Chief Technical Director for Crime Prevention and Rehabilitation in the Ministry of National Security, who will address rehabilitation challenges. The Assistant Director of Policy, Innovation and Strategy from CARICOM Impacts, who will share insights into how restorative justice practices are evolving regionally. This forum also features a dynamic panel discussion with contributions from the Minister of Justice, the Public Defender, and other key representatives from the Ministry of National Security, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Department of Correctional Services, and the Parole Board. This interactive session will allow members of the audience to share perspectives, ensuring a well-rounded dialogue that informs the next steps in refining our restorative justice policy. By the close of today's forum, our collective goal is to finalize a strengthened and revised restorative justice policy that will be ready for tabling in Parliament within this fiscal year, 24 to 2025. Thank you all for your dedication to advancing a justice system that balances accountability with healing and rehabilitation with reintegration. Together, let us make restorative justice a cornerstone of our justice system and a beacon of hope for those seeking a second chance. Thank you. Have a good forum.
Thank you so much, PS. No, the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Justice work hand in hand. In fact, show of hands, everybody who remembers when there was actually a Ministry of National Security and Justice. Okay. You know, when I ask questions like that, sometimes people say, I'm dating myself. I'm like, no, that's not a thing. What we're doing is showing our deep understanding of Jamaica's history and culture and providing context for the discussions we're having. Not true? Okay, so we are now looking forward to hearing from the Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security, the Honorable Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn. And fun fact, Minister and I went to the same school, the best school in Jamaica, the Morant Bay High School. I see the Justice Minister looking across like, what? The Morant Bay High School. And fun fact, my father used to coach her. Minister?
Good morning all. Yes, the best high school in Jamaica. Thank you, Madam Moderator, Dion Jackson Miller, Minister of Justice, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Grace-Ann Stewart McFarlane, Chairman of the Parole Board, Honorable Justice Retired Glenwood Brown, Public Defender Ms. Carolyn Reed Cameron, Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of National Security, Ms. Shauna Trowers, Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Justice, Ms. Kayla Sewell Mills, Assistant Director of Policy, Innovation and Strategy, CARICOM Impacts, Mr. Calictus Joseph, Deputy Commissioners of Correction, Dr. Mark Thomas and Ms. Joyce Stone, Detective Sergeant Legal Officers of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, Ms. Joy Carter, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, members of the media. I think this is a really good day to come together to discuss a very vital topic that holds immeasurable significance for our society, namely restorative justice and rehabilitation of individuals post-sentence. As we continue to pursue the Vision 2030 goal of Jamaican society, that is, as we heard before, a secure, safe, and cohesive, and also just society, we recognize the need for a transformational approach to corrections that not only seeks to punish, but also to heal. Restorative justice offers us a pathway that's going to prioritize reconciliation, understanding, and the restoration of relationships over retribution. This approach does not merely seek to address the past, but it encourages us to look at the future with hope and also to recognize the potential for positive growth. Restorative justice speaks to acknowledging the harm caused by criminal behavior, not only to the victim, but also to the community and the offender. It invites all stakeholders, the victim, the offender, the community, into a careful dialogue, seeking to understand the underlying cause of crime and how they can be addressed collaboratively. And so this morning, we gather to coalesce and also to move together in the direction of restorative justice, and let us be bold enough to explore solutions that will not only benefit our security and justice system, but that will leave a lasting positive impact on the lives of those incarcerated. Giving them a sense of hope will reassure them that they too deserve a second chance. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fully aware of the persistently high recidivism rate in our country, and this is between 38 and 40% over the past 5 years. And in Jamaica, as in many parts of the world, individuals released from incarceration often find themselves caught in a cycle of reoffending. What this tells us is that conventional punitive measures alone have proven inadequate in breaking this cycle, and so we must all ask ourselves, how do we best facilitate rehabilitation? How do we help individuals to reintegrate and also to contribute positively to society? Today, as a government, we are reaffirming our commitment to continue to implement robust policies and programs for correctional services. And these policies seek to empower those incarcerated and better equip them to positively contribute to the growth and the development of the society after they are reintegrated. And so we now have in the Jamaican space the National Correctional Service Policy Green Paper, which is now going through a public consultation process, commits the government to the modification of correctional services policy, programs, and practices to reflect in the ethos of restorative justice. What does this mean? This means a policy shift from a punitive focus to a restorative model, prioritizing healing, accountability, and community involvement. Another is revising the laws governing correctional practices to incorporate restorative principles such as victim offender mediation or community-based alternatives to incarceration. Also, redefining the role of correctional centers to focus less on punishment and more on rehabilitation and reintegration. Training correctional staff to adopt restorative approaches, including conflict resolution, trauma-informed care, and mediation technique, I think is very important. A greater involvement of communication and communities to play a more active role in supporting the reintegration of offenders, helping to reduce stigma and also to promote reconciliation. Facilitating victims in voicing their experience and participating in crafting resolutions, offering a greater sense of closure and healing. And finally, expanding victim support services, including counseling and mediation, to align with restorative justice goals, and this is just to name a few of the things. And so, ladies and gentlemen, rehabilitation through restorative justice is not the sole responsibility of the Ministry of Justice or the Ministry of National Security, it is a collective responsibility calling for active participation that we're doing today from all sectors of government, civil society, community organizations, and families. We need to create an environment that fosters understanding over judgment and healing over pain. And we must advocate for policies that reflect compassion, ensuring that those who have served their time are not stigmatized, but are instead embraced as individuals worthy of a second chance. And in closing, let us remember that every individual has the potential for redemption, and every community has the power to heal. And as leaders and advocates for change, we must champion the principles of restorative justice as a cornerstone of our penal and societal system. I want to leave with you a quote as a reminder from our beloved Nelson Mandela. People respond in accordance to how you relate to them. If you approach them on the basis of violence, that's how they will react. But if you say, we want peace, we want stability, we can then do a lot of things that will contribute towards the progress of our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And you know, one of the words that was just used, healing, is really a cornerstone of the whole restorative justice process. I was listening to one of the speeches that the Justice Minister gave in Parliament, and when he said he's talking about justice that heals, you know, and I have to tell you, I've lost track of how many interviews I've done with the Justice Minister, and no matter what we talk about, somehow we keep coming back to restorative justice. But Minister, delays in the courts, but Dion, restorative justice. Minister, the courthouse them, Dion, restorative justice. So I think it's an understatement to say that he is a passionate advocate of restorative justice. And Minister, really pleased to invite you to the podium now to set the stage for the day's conversations.
Thank you very much, Dion. And it gives me great pleasure to be at this very important policy forum on restorative justice. And just to save some time, I will adopt the protocol already delivered by the Permanent Secretary and my friend and colleague, Juliet Flynn-Colbert. But may I just say, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. Today's policy forum marks the final stage of the Ministry of Justice's public consultation process before we move to finalize and present the revised restorative justice policy. A white paper I am proud to champion in Parliament for this fiscal year. Our focus today is pivotal, examining the role of restorative justice as a strategic option in the post-sentence rehabilitation processes, particularly as it relates to referrals of offenders in correctional facilities or those eligible for parole. While significant progress has been made in involving communities, police and courts in utilizing restorative justice to settle conflicts, restorative justice practices within the rehabilitative systems, such as corrections and parole, remain underutilized. Despite a valuable partnership with the Department of Correctional Services, restorative justice has only been applied in one case, highlighting a missed opportunity in addressing, amongst other things, recidivism challenges. That one case we really need to highlight later during the course of the day. It was a pivotal case where a daughter killed her mother, and the sisters were so totally disgusted. They didn't want to have anything to do with her. Well, somehow we were able to get the sisters to have a discussion with the convicted sister. And after they spoke and had a restorative justice circle, they were all crying on one another's shoulders. And my understanding is that the sisters visit her, and they're waiting for her to come out so they can really restore their relationship. It's a real success story to show what RJ can do in the correctional services. Today, we will look deeper into the hows and opportunities, if any, of restorative justice integration post-sentence. We know RJ works at the pre- and post-charge stages through community and police referrals, which boast a success rate of about 80%. Over 2,300 restorative justice conferences were conducted during the course of last year, and approximately 2,000 were completed and considered successful. We sensitize nearly 32,000 Jamaicans. We have an MOU with the Ministry of Education and Youth, and various religious entities were signed, which reinforce that restorative justice has a positive impact. But my greatest problem, why is it not being used more? We have so many conflicts in our society. We go and we try to sensitize at justice fairs, in the schools, communities, churches, about restorative justice. But somehow we feel that people are not taking it up. And you know, we have a challenge. I think over the last week I saw a columnist, Major Jarrett it was, had a headline, restorative what? And he thought the term restorative justice sounded very academic. And people, when they hear it, they don't know that it is justice that heals. And you know, I'm going to try to promote restorative justice differently. I heard our Chief Justice, Brian Sykes, use the term therapeutic justice. And I think social justice program which we have, I'm going to promote them as therapeutic justice. Justice that heals. Victim services, child diversion, restorative justice, because we know that this is necessary to heal the rage that sometimes emerge between offenders and victims. And that rage continues unless it is healed. And the beauty of restorative justice is that we try to get the victims and the offenders in a circle with an RJ facilitator and try to find out what happened. How can we repair the damage? And this is so necessary because, as one who have done quite a lot of research in the prisons across the world, I've been in many prisons across the world. Not as an inmate, but as a visitor. Lawyers who are here know of Glendale Prison in Barbados. I used to take students there. I've been to all the prisons here in Jamaica. I've been to prisons in Europe, in North America, in the UK. And I've had many discussions with inmates. The frightening thing about most inmates, they never accept that they did anything wrong. You know. The vast majority of them never accept that they did anything wrong. I have interviewed at least 50 men on death row. And every single one of them, I take students there. And when we're leaving death row, the students say to me, but it's pure innocent people in death row. As you think they can fool you, they can't fool me. They all believe the judge got it wrong or the jury got it wrong. And they are in prison and various institutions enraged because they feel that society is against them. They don't accept that they've done anything to the victim or to society. And this is where correctional officers, probation officers, parole officers, RJ can assist. Because somehow we have to find out if these persons who are serving time, who have been tried, convicted by the judge or the jury, to accept that you need to accept that you did something wrong and put it behind you to go forward. Because if that is possible, we could get the victims to speak to you. Many victims are hurting, and especially if they know that the offender is likely to come back into their community. They are frightened of the prospect of offenders returning to the communities because they feel that harm could be done again. And we need a process whereby victims and offenders can restore, if possible, that relationship. And this is where restorative justice is therapeutic and can heal the damage that was done. And there's a victim. So there must be an offender. So we need really to see how they can be brought back together. And the social justice program, especially restorative justice, we really need the correctional services to buy into it. And that is the purpose of this forum today. Moving forward, we plan to formalize our collaboration through a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Corrections and the Parole Board to secure a steady flow of referrals from these systems. Additionally, our revision of the RJ policy aims to create a parent legislation that clearly outlines roles, authority, and access to RJ referrals across sectors. In particular, the police at the pre-charge stage, last year, only 295 matters were referred during the past fiscal year by the police. Much more can be done. I feel even before the police lay a charge, they could find out if the offender and the victim are prepared to go to one of our many restorative justice centers. I'm not talking about serious offenses. I'm talking about assault and battery, simple matters, even including theft from employer and shoplifting, if it's possible to get the offenders together with the victim to see if not only compensation, but some sort of apology and understanding could emerge from that relationship. We have opened 22 restorative justice centers. We have trained over 300 restorative justice facilitators. All of these are to encourage parties who are in conflict, parties who have had wrongdoing, victims to come together. And as I say, they're underutilized. That is why forums like these, and as I go across Jamaica, as I go with Dion on the radio, I am begging people, know about restorative justice, utilize it to resolve your dispute, differences, and conflicts. And I appeal to all the listeners, to everyone, know about RG. We have the infrastructure, we have the various facilitators, and we need to get RJ in every nook and cranny of Jamaica. And as minister, I will be going out there trying to do so. I cannot succeed by myself. I have to be asking more and more JPs, pastors, teachers to learn about RJ and bring the information into the communities. So our discussions today, guided by the insights of our panelists and stakeholders, will explore how to integrate RJ in practical, sustainable ways over the next 3 to 5 years. By embedding RJ into the rehabilitation for convicted persons, we further our commitment to a justice system that transforms lives, reduces recidivism, and contributes to a safe, secure, and cohesive society. Let today be an important forum and a game changer to go forward. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you so much, Minister. Therapeutic justice, have a little buzz to it, not true? Okay, we're going to go now into 3 presentations, and even though the main part of the program for interaction with you will be the panel discussion, what I want to do is to take maybe 1 or 2 questions, if you have them, after each of the presentations, right? Just to start to engage and to get some of your thoughts going. So we're going to start out now by hearing more about the restorative justice policy and legal framework. Remember, I keep saying this, the focus today is on rehabilitation after sentence, post-sentence. Our first presenter is the Chief Technical Director of Justice Policy and Governance in the Ministry of Justice, Kayla Sewell-Mills.
Minister of Justice, Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security, Honorable Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, other distinguished guests, specially invited guests, presenters, good morning. My role here today is to give you a brief overview of the restorative justice policy, to look at some of the legislation, the pieces of legislation that underpin our operation of the restorative justice program, as well as just look briefly as well on the post-sentence rehabilitation and revision process. The Restorative Justice Policy of 2012 is the single policy that guides the operations of the National Restorative Justice Program, for which the Ministry of Justice has portfolio responsibility, in furtherance of its mandate to administer justice across Jamaica. Since the government introduced restorative justice, supported by these 2 documents, the policy and the legislation, there has been a notable impact on the justice sector and the public, particularly in addressing cases from the courts and within high-tension communities. The restorative justice policy offers a credible and validated platform for administering justice that incorporates social justice principles, complementing the traditional legal system. This approach led to the enactment of the Law Reform Miscellaneous Amendments Restorative Justice Act in 2016, which comprises amendments to 4 pieces of legislation to formalize the restorative justice process. They are the Criminal Justice Reform Act, the Child Care and Protection Act, the Corrections Act, and the parole rules. The impact and reach of restorative justice could be significantly expanded by strengthening, re-engaging, and adapting the guiding documents to benefit Jamaica's current needs. This calls for a deliberate, targeted, and comprehensive approach across all government sectors to build a stronger and more impactful restorative justice policy. This new policy will address existing gaps, expand to include civil matters, and be strategically revised to improve the underutilization of restorative justice post-sentence, ensuring a more inclusive system. Today, the Ministry of Justice invites you, our valued stakeholders, to engage in a discussion on the policy. Our goal is to revise the policy to enhance all stages of referrals, ensuring the effectiveness and sustainability of restorative justice and fostering a meaningful cultural shift in justice over the next 5 years. Our purpose is to ensure the currency and efficacy of the policy and to strengthen the legitimacy, reach, and overall effectiveness of the National Restorative Justice Program and effect any consequential and/or necessary amendments to the Law Reform Miscellaneous Amendments Restorative Justice Act 2016. I'll now briefly look at our roadmap. I'll now briefly look at our roadmap.
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica.
The Live Good initiative is aimed at promoting healthy, respectful relationships at home, at school, and in our communities. Let's return to the days when members of our communities all participated in rearing our children with kindness, good manners, and discipline. Let's respect each other. Let's become our brother's keeper. Let's replace violence with understanding. Let's all strive to live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
The winner of the Marcus Garvey Award for Excellence in the Performing Arts is Arden High!
You could be the 2025 winner, but it starts with your entry, which is now easier than ever with our new online platform. Just log on at jcdc.gov.jm. Entries closed December 13. Log on now, jcdc.gov.jm.
Join PBCJ Thursdays at 8 p.m. for Let's Talk Goals, a dynamic 30-minute discussion program focused on sustainable development in Jamaica.
When we talk about hotter summers, you could kind of put it in the same category as weird weather.
So you really are talking about different patterns across different places, which is why I made the point about location, because if it gets that hot, the kind of attractiveness that we have as a destination might be lost because the tourists don't want to come here to be fanning all the time. They want to be enjoying a warm enough climate, but that one that is also salubrious.
Let's Talk Goals, Thursdays at 8 p.m. only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Charge and post-sentence stages that will address the need for agility and adaptability within the existing program, that will clarify matters suitable for referral to restorative justice and strengthen the referral processes, that will incorporate monitoring and evaluation frameworks, and that will guide the introduction of a parent or principal legislation for RJ. In undertaking our SWOT analysis of the program in consultation with our RJ partners, we came up with a few strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Some strengths identified: a greater demand for RJ practices at the community level, competent staff with expert knowledge in technical areas, including our RJ officers and facilitators, documented policies and procedures in specialized areas, and strong demand for criminal and strong demand for civil matters. A few weaknesses identified: incomplete implementation of the governance structure to include a national advisory body, inconsistent training and awareness efforts for external stakeholders, lack of fully developed tools to support our functions, including the need for a case management system, and strong dependence on external stakeholders. A few opportunities in environment: a sustainable RJ awareness program, including our annual RJ Week, incorporation of RJ in the curriculum for the police academy, and greater use of information technology with virtual conferences, process automation, and case management systems available. The revised RJ policy promises a robust RJ program, greater management of RJ facilitators, a framework to address urgent situations, procedures for increased number of referrals, ICT and infrastructural investments, a more agile legislative framework, and a monitoring and evaluation system assessing the impact of the program and to ensure better case management. I will now look briefly at the legislation that supports the RJ program. As I indicated previously, the Law Reform Miscellaneous Amendments Restorative Justice Act was passed in 2016, and it saw the combination of 4 pieces of legislation: the Criminal Justice Reform Act, the Child Care and Protection Act, the Corrections Act, and the Parole Rules. Section 5A of the Criminal Justice Reform Act seeks to hold the offenders accountable in a more meaningful way to the victim and community, and provides an opportunity for healing and the lasting reconciliation of relationships between the victim, the offender, and their families, where the offender accepts responsibility for the offense and there are one or more victims of the offense concerned. Section 5A of the Criminal Justice Reform Act also outlines the purpose and objectives of the Restorative Justice Program. The objectives of our RJP, where a probation order is made requiring the probationer to participate in an RJP, or where, before the start of a trial or a sentence is passed, the court determines that a restorative justice order is appropriate. This shall bring together the offender and the victim, guided by a facilitator, in order to address the harm suffered by the victim, identify the obligation of the offender to the victim as a result of the offense, attend the needs of the victim by empowering them to participate in identifying reparative measures to be taken by the offenders. There are 4 identified stages for the use of RJ in the criminal justice system. As a requirement before a probation order, before trial, or prior to sentencing. As part of a rehabilitation scheme and training and release scheme. In any dispute prior to charge, and the referral can be done by the police, a religious organization, the community, schools, or the workplace. Or fourthly, as a condition of the grant of parole. Any offense for which a term of imprisonment is not more than 3 years, the offender may be referred to restorative justice. So that is any offense for which a term of imprisonment does not exceed 3 years, the offender may be referred to restorative justice. There are few exceptions, however, for persons charged under the Sexual Offences Act and for persons charged under the Child Pornography Prevention Act. Offenses in respect of which referral may not be made to a restorative justice program prior to sentencing being passed, and these offenses include murder, an offense under certain sections of the Offenses Against the Person Act, certain offenses under the Treason Felony Act, offenses under the Dangerous Drugs Act, offenses under the Terrorism Prevention Act, and any offense under the Sexual Offences Act. Section 16A of the Criminal Justice Reform Act allows the minister to make an order subject to affirmative resolution to amend the 3rd and 4th schedules, and without prejudice to the generality, said order may make provision for offenses which are eligible or ineligible for referral to the restorative justice program. Under Section 65 of the Child Care and Protection Act, the Criminal Justice Reform Act shall apply to every court dealing with a child charged with an offense subject to the provisions of Section 65. Where a child has been found guilty of any offense before the Children's Court, that the court may, subject to the provisions of this act, make an order under Section 16b(2) of the Criminal Justice Restorative Justice Order. Under the Corrections Act, the minister may also make and promulgate schemes whereby a detained person may be permitted temporarily to leave a correctional facility in order to engage in restorative justice program if the detained person is a convicted person and the conditions set out in Section 58A are met. The parole board may also require an applicant to participate in a restorative justice program as a condition of the grant of parole in certain circumstances. These include where the applicant accepts responsibility for the applicant's actions in respect of the offense concerned and consents as evidenced by the signing the completed form of the 2nd schedule to participate in the restorative justice program, or where there are one or more victims of the offense concerned and at least one such victim consents. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. Just a bit of a data in relation to the RJ program since its inception and the referral sources to RJ. Since 2017, we've seen to 2023, we've seen a total of 110 referrals from schools, 1,972 referrals from communities, over 10,000 referrals from our parish courts, 1,508 referrals from the police, 1 referral from the Department of Correctional Services, and in total since 2017 to 2023, we've seen a total of 13,785 referrals from our various partners. The process for the review of the restorative justice policy started with the Cabinet decision of July 2021, and as a first step, with the drafting of the Green Paper, with the draft Green Paper, we sought to incorporate stakeholders' feedback and to inform the draft Green Paper with the engagement of various stakeholders, including legal officers. Thereafter, we had a presentation on the draft Green Paper to the Ministry's Policy Steering Committee. There was thereafter the submission of the Green Paper to Cabinet and approval by way of Cabinet decision in 2023. And our next step, following these rounds of consultation, is the submission of the White Paper to Cabinet for their consideration and approval. There has been wide circulation of the Green Paper, and the Green Paper is also available on our website, and we have received comments from various stakeholders in relation to the elements of the Green Paper. We continue our review of the White Paper, of the Green Paper, we continue our review of the Green Paper with stakeholder engagements, as well as internal review by various players within the Ministry of Justice and the justice sector. We have received feedback from several ministries, including our main partner, the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, as well as the Parole Board and the Department of Correctional Services. It is hoped that by the end of today's session, we'll have additional feedback as we seek to finalize the elements of the Restorative Justice Program for a more robust and agile framework to support RJ program moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Sewell Mills. And there are just a couple of points that I'd just like to emphasize. And just to remind you, if anybody has 1 or 2 very brief questions, we can take them now. So let me see anybody's hand if it is you have a question. But I did just want to emphasize the point that the victim has to consent. So this is not an issue of imposing anything on anyone. And also, when you look at the stats, that 1 dege referral from the Department of Corrections is what we want to talk a little bit more about as well, in terms of how do we expand that number, what are the constraints, what are the concerns if that aspect is in fact to grow. Okay, so Going once, going twice. Any questions at this stage? And I don't want people to feel constrained because I said, boy, I don't really know so much about this restorative justice thing. How does it affect me? How is my community supposed to participate? You know, put up your hand and ask anyway. Okay, so going 3 times. So we talk a lot then about restorative justice and how it impacts rehabilitation. So I want to learn a little bit more about rehabilitation in Jamaica. So coming up now to tell us more about that, we have Shauna Trowers, who is Chief Technical Director for Crime Prevention, Rehabilitation and Inspectorate Policy Division in the Ministry of National Security. Ms. Trowers.
All right, good morning, everyone. No, man, the topic's serious, but we don't have to look so serious. Let's do this again. Good morning, everyone. All right, so I'm here representing the Ministry of National Security. We want to first recognize the Minister of Justice, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security, the Honorable Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, other distinguished guests, specially invited guests, and of course the persons who are joining us virtually, and of course our able moderator, Mrs. Dion Jackson Miller. Thank you. So I have been asked to kind of contextualize rehabilitation in Jamaica. And what we will look at, and as you can see there are 2 words on the screen, recidivism and rehabilitation. And it is clear that if we're not going one way, we're going the other. So if you were like me when I just came to the Ministry of National Security and I heard this very big word, I'm like, what? Recidivism? It is just simply meaning reoffending. So if we do not have rehabilitation, so let us just anchor that first, there will be reoffending. The aim is to move from a punitive system, as our minister would have said, where we recognize that corrections was focused merely on punishment, not recognizing that there are different gravity of crimes. And there are persons who do require rehabilitation. There are underlying socioeconomic issues that may have led down to a pathway. And therefore, the state institution, the Department of Correctional Service, the Ministry of National Security, with its mandate of ensuring citizen security, must provide for rehabilitation. So that is how we want to start off. All right, so when we look at rehabilitation in Jamaica, we're looking at some pillars that make it essential. We look at first the psychosocial. What is the mindset? I know we have a lot of lawyers and we talk about the mindset, the mind of the crime. And it's important to look at the mind of the inmate and see how we can assist in the rehabilitation process. So right there, and I'll go through a little quicker when we go to the other slides, looking at cognitive behavioral therapy. And then of course we look at vocational training. Some of the statistics tells us that many of our inmates have what we call pre-prima in terms of reading levels. So the same thing that we see mimicking the society in terms of for our volatile and vulnerable societies, communities and groups in terms of low literacy, low numeracy, we also see it on the inside, or I would use the inside, in terms of both the juveniles and the adults. And so we have to look at the academic and also provide for vocational training. Substance abuse is also an underlying issue. And of course, right up there is restorative justice. Where there's an offender, there's a victim. In order for us to rehabilitate, we must recognize that the persons that we have in our institutions will come and become our neighbors, will sit with us in churches. And so rehabilitation is definitely the first step. And so we look at restorative justice not as just a mere tool, but a very important tool. And of course, community-based programs. Looking at some of the examples in the DCS, both on the adult and the juveniles, we actually look at both. So we have broken it down into the academics when we're looking at what we consider formal academics. And for our system, we focus on the CSEC. Both those in the juvenile facilities or children, as well as the adults, engage in the CSEC passes. One important point to note here, though, is that, and as I go down, I will look at the National Correctional Policy. Currently, the correctional policy does not mandate adults to be a part of the rehabilitation, and that is what we are seeking to change. And so it is voluntary. For the children, though, because of their age, and of course we expect that we have a responsibility to our children to give education, it is mandatory. Just some quick statistics. I'm sorry I don't have them up on there, but we actually in 2023 had 103 candidates who sat the CSEC passes. And the majority of those candidates were actually adults, 92 out of the 103. We had 68% in terms of the pass rate, and that saw a 17% increase from 2022. So I think that in terms of us focusing on the academics, we are going in the right direction. In terms of vocational training, for the adults, we have barbering, of course, we have carpentry, and we have sewing. There is an aim to really look more cleanly on these areas and to seek to expand the scope, and I'm sure that we have our Deputy Commissioner over there of Rehab, and when he's on the panel, I'm sure that he will give us some additional information. In terms of the juveniles, we go a little further because we recognize that there is much more that we need to do in this regard, and so we look at the creative art expression, looking at jewelry making, tie-dye, drama, poetry. A lot of this is sometimes used as a part of the therapy in terms of writing poems, writing songs, doing the artwork. What underpins all of this? And we see it at the community level, and I always mention the community level because on the crime prevention side, crime prevention looks at two areas. We look at community and we also look at the facilities. Why is that? Because we're looking at risk, and the most at risk are persons who have already been in contact with the law. We're looking at medium and high risk. When we look at the DCS, it's high risk, but we also look at medium risk. One of the common factors in all the risk categories, of course, is the psychosocial, the impact of trauma, whether it is exposure to violence. We know from the statistics, and I'm not sure how many of you would have been privy to a recent report that came out last week, and it was very educational for me. Anecdotally, we know it, but it spoke about the violence that our children face. And we also know that persons who are exposed to violence, although they are victims, then become perpetrators. And so it is important that when we look at rehabilitation, the psychosocial is one of the most important. And that is where I want to go back to what I talk about, cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. This is now the most volatile. We're looking at a mindset change. I heard the minister speak about the fact that when he went on death row, a lot of people didn't realize, and that is what cognitive behavioral therapy, right, is about. So we don't want minister or juveniles to end up anywhere else, and we do want to address the matter very quickly in terms of having cognition, recognition of the situation, feeling the emotion, but recognizing that feeling the anger, feeling the hurt does not mean an automatic response. So that is what the CBT focuses on. And of course, life skills training. All of us need it, but it's very specific. Sometimes we take it for granted that everyone has the same experience, but what I have learned in this role is that's a fallacy. Everybody is experiencing a different day. And so many of our juveniles experience a day that as adults we would never want to experience. And so the focus has to be on the life skills as well. So I kind of started off by all of that. Now why rehabilitation? So you see that little door? So these people are just revolving and coming back. That's what we don't want. We want, the ultimate aim is reintegration. Currently, at yesterday's muster, the adult institutions was 3,200. Of a population of almost 3 million, that's a significant number. Persons who are incarcerated in the most productive time of their lives. So it is not considered from the Ministry of National Security as a mere social issue. It is an economic issue. These are productive adults who would have been engaged with in entrepreneurship, who are working in the government or the public sector. And so the aim has to be to reduce recidivism and provide ultimately for the reintegration. Three main outcomes that we look at: improved academic qualifications, because we have to get the persons ready, improved or attained vocational, everybody is not academic. And of course, a changed behavioral mindset, and we always underpin it. Cognition, cognition, cognition. All right, moving quickly. What is the impact of a reduction in recidivism? And simply put, our aim that we've heard said more times than we can repeat, a safe and secure Jamaica, which means an integrated approach. Everyone matters. Our inmates matter because they are citizens of the country that have gone down a pathway, and we're trying to get back on form. So ultimately, we're ensuring that individuals who leave the system can be productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, looking at the challenges, and I wanted to contextualize that first, we recognize that there are challenges in every system. And some of the challenges have to be situated in what we consider the policy framework. So it's one thing to say that we're going to do something, and it's a next thing to do it. And so we give much kudos to the Ministry of Justice, but we're also giving kudos to the Ministry of National Security, because alongside the Restorative Justice policy, there is a National Correctional Services policy that has recognized the gaps, and recognizing that there's a need to change the entire framework so that moving from policy, we're able to provide for it in an operational sense. The National Correctional Policy Framework is aligned when we look at the RJ policy, because both of them are based on best practices. The National Correctional Policy is underpinned particularly by the Nelson Mandela rules. And we know, who knows Nelson Mandela? No man, the audience here. Let's go. Who know Nelson Mandela? Everybody? Okay. So we know then that Nelson Mandela must know a thing about prisons. And because he did, there are some rules that the UN came up with that speak to the intersection of having a correctional facility but not negating the human rights, which is critical. And so both, we look at RJ as critical in this process because there has to be a restoration. And we appreciate that there are challenges, that there may be cases that we will have to figure out how we treat with RJ, because maybe the gravity of the case and the residual feeling of trauma and so forth. But it is integral as we look at the policy. So I'm going to highlight now the shared policy priorities: rehabilitation and reintegration focus. Practices such as our victim offender mediation, community conferencing, and family group conferencing. We look at the National Correctional Policy as complementary to the RJ in the rehabilitation process. And next, shared priority is increased community engagement. One of the things that is critical about citizen security is that security is not specific to a national security or a Ministry of Justice. Some of the key underlying factors, and sometimes it may seem like these are soft things, but they aren't, because the security is an integrated thing. We would have heard some of our scholars talk about ontological security as a part of citizen security. How does the person feel? Are they feeling safe? Recent studies have shown that persons who are hungry and all of that. So when we look at the community, we're drilling down from the individual to the community and the intersection of both. Inmates come from a particular community. Interestingly, in our preliminary studies, many of our volatile communities, we see them replicated in the institutions, which means that we have to get to the meat of the matter, and a part of it is to look at community engagement in a meaningful way. RJ forms a part of that. So public awareness is important. Now, let us look at post-incarceration and integration. What do we aim to do? We want to make sure that offenders are supported in the transition, because it is a transition. I love to make references. Does anybody know about the Shawshank Redemption, that show? Right. So if you become used to something over 20 years, can you imagine if you were out of society for 20 years, out of touch, and had to be reintegrated without any assistance? That would be difficult. And so the aim of the policy has to be not only to rehabilitate and then say, okay, go. It has to be hand-holding until the person's children are at a stage that they are resilient and able to provide for the sort of true rehabilitation, because we know the process is iterative. Rehabilitate to integrate to rehabilitate, because the community will go through a rehabilitation process. Restorative justice principles may include, of course, the continued looking at the family conferences and the mediation. Expansion, we're looking at expanding it, and once again, I know Minister of Justice spoke about it, and I do know that we are in discussions in terms of drafting the MOU. It is we are pushing for it to be by, let us say, February, and it is a very engaged. It starts with the training of our correctional officers. And now I want to show you what rehabilitation looks like when it is properly done. So I'm not sure how many of us recall that last week, no, the week before, we had the correctional policy at the Correction Expo. And these are some of the items made by some of our inmates. And so I want us to, these are the pictures I want to leave with you. Because the challenge, the real challenge is not focusing on rehabilitation and only focusing on punitive. The challenge we must overcome is to recognize how significant the concept of rehabilitation and reintegration is to overall citizen security, to my security and your security. And so we have many talented persons who spend some time with us in our facility, and we're hopeful that through the work of not only national security, but the Ministry of Justice, that we can provide for a fully rehabilitated individual and have reintegration. Thank you. Open to any questions.
Let me just ask quickly, any questions at this stage? Okay, we do. We have a microphone circulating. Let's just bring the microphone. And anybody else? I'll take one more max after this.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. There's an emergency at court, and I have been summoned to go back to preside over about 3 courtrooms where there's no one manning just now. But my concern with RJ at the end of the process, is there any intentional preparation of the victims for that? Because I looked at the persons who will be on the panel, and I did not see anyone from the Victim Services Division. So I know that during sentencing, you may have that victim charter being prepared. And how do you get from sentence, someone goes in and they serve some months or some years, and then you get the victim ready to sit at the table or in the circle? So what intentional preparation is there to tie the dots together and have the victim ready mentally for that? Yes.
Okay, so I will answer as
I'm so sorry. It's not necessarily for you only. It might be something that can be looked at a little later, but as I said, I have to leave, but going through, that's something that I would have asked if I were able to remain with you for the day.
Okay. You want me? Okay. So maybe I could just respond to it from M&S point of view first. In terms of the victim and the role of the victim, particularly when we look at post-sentencing. So I want to answer this in the context of parole. In consideration of parole, there is a process and there are a number of reports that are required that are provided to the parole board. Our chairman is here. And one of them is actually a community report that is done by a probation officer. Usually the victim or the victim relatives are contacted. So there is a preparation and you get a sense of a report from the community. So there are varying reports. There's a report for the individual and then there's a report for the community at that level looking at the victim. One of the challenges that I have recognized in talking to my parole board secretariat is that many times that the victim cannot be found, meaning that they have either left the space and in the worst case scenario, they're no longer with us. In those cases, there can be a reticence for the victim family to actually come forward. And so maybe that is something that we could discuss. How do we reach out more in terms of those cases?
Good morning, everyone. I think also one of the beautiful things, Judge, is that when it is that persons need intervention from restorative justice, because the restorative justice branch is now a part of the social justice division, as is the victim services branch, we're no longer operating in silos. So even though the panelists today, they're not directly from victim services, we do have our victim services director who is here, and as a team from MOJ will treat with any questions, concerns as it relates to victims, and in our execution, where we recognize the need and the space, absolutely there will be team members providing the necessary support to our victims. Thank you.
Okay, final comment here and then we'll continue.
Thank you. I'm just checking to find out, is there a formal program in place to prepare the citizens for the re-entry of those who have been incarcerated? Because I know sometimes I have seen where you have had on display the various works that they have been doing, but in coming out, how prepared are the citizens to receive them and to even bring them into employment, etc., etc.?
So I'd want to answer the question yes and no. It is now limited at the community level. So I assume when you're talking about citizens, you're speaking wider because you're talking about employment. In the correctional policy that we have tabled as the green paper, that is one of the key focus, because that was the area that we recognized that there was a gap, that transition, the reintegration process. So we are building out that in terms of even looking at employment possibilities. And so at the community level, we'll find more engagement. But at the citizen level, we are addressing that through the policy. Okay.
Thank you so much. And I know you have many more questions and comments, but you'll have other opportunities as we continue. Okay, so another very brief mini poll for you that might sound like it has nothing to do with restorative justice. So hands up if this is your favorite instrument. Guitar, anybody? Okay. How about piano? Saxophone? Violin? Okay, so the people who said violin are the winners, because we're going to have violinists Kamari Gordon performing, but the people who didn't say violin are also the winners, because now you get to be exposed to another instrument and maybe change your mind. And Kamari was actually introduced to the violin at the age of 14 at Kingston College, and just because I'm wearing a purple dress, please don't think that my sympathies lie in any particular direction. We'll forgive him for that. Despite advisedly getting 10 C6 and having a mom who wanted him to be a doctor, he instead chose to go to the Edna Manley College of Visual and Performing Arts. So we lucked out there. And hopefully, after going to Edna Manley and excelling and getting a wheelbarrow full of awards, hopefully his mom is now on board with the violin thing. All right. Come on, please go ahead. That's lovely, no? So come, clap again, clap again. Kamoi has played with the National Youth Orchestra, and he says he loves the violin because it's exclusive and unique. Right, Kamoi? All right, and I'd love to see what maybe he could do with the rehabilitation program, because I've heard so much about music and the impact it has on behavior and mood. I was just watching all of you, everybody just smiling and relaxed and everything while you listen to the music. Okay, so while we talk about restorative justice inside Jamaica, we have to look at what works outside Jamaica. And joining us virtually now to give us a regional perspective on crime and rehabilitation, we have with us Assistant Director of Policy Innovation and Strategy at CARICOM's Impacts, that means Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, Mr. Calixtus Joseph. Hi, Mr. Joseph, please go ahead. If you're speaking, you're on mute, perhaps. Okay, we'll just sort that out in just a moment. Let's try again. We're hearing you now loud and clear. Thank you. Go right ahead. Yes, we are.
St. Lucia National, I would like to remind her also, not on high school, but also thank the government of Jamaica in terms of assisting our 100-meter runner, the Olympic champion, Julian Alfred, in terms of her journey, in terms of winning that. She spent some time in high school in Jamaica in terms of developing her craft. So that's quite important. It is an honor for me to be here today, and allow me to express gratitude to the Ministry of Justice and in extension, the government of Jamaica for first, their unwavering support to CARICOM Impacts and inviting the agency to this critical and important policy forum. Acknowledging that a policy shift and transformation is needed in line with restorative justice goals, as stated by the Honorable Minister Flynn, is critical, and all kudos to the government of Jamaica. Now, since we are in the spirit of I would say, maybe cooperation, but also competition, the great Derek Walcott, or I'll say Sir Derek Walcott, who is a St. Lucia national, and maybe perhaps the best poet who ever lived in this world, he noted and he won the Nobel Laureate Prize in 1992. In his classic work, Homerus, he noted that time is the meter, memory the only plot, meaning that the concurrence of past, present, and future is significant. Hence, this policy forum is pivotal and significant, given the urgency for crime reduction, particularly examining prisons and correction facilities and their role in reducing crime. Our vision at CARICOM Impacts is for the Caribbean to be the safest place to live, work, and visit, where people thrive,
or meet their full potential. To ensure we have safe communities, there is an urgent need for prison reform across the Caribbean. It's often tempting to believe that imprisoning suspected or convicted criminals solve all our societal problems. However, this approach alone is insufficient. Prisons can inadvertently become breeding grounds for hardened criminals and gang activities. Petty offenders may graduate into more serious crime, perpetuating a cycle of criminality. Overuse of imprisonment and poor conditions not only fail to rehabilitate, but also pose a serious risk for peace and security. We need to pay greater attention to rehabilitation of offenders before their release, enhancing their chances of reintegration into society and reducing the likelihood of reoffending. Additionally, we must reform post-penal processes and explore alternatives to incarceration where possible. Let us prioritize restorative justice and rehabilitation over punitive measures alone. By creating effective post-penal strategies and viable alternatives to imprisonment, we can foster a safer and more resilient community, in extension, a safer and more secure Jamaica. Improving prison conditions is crucial, as it can significantly lower recidivism rate and therefore the rate of criminality in the region. I would like to take a moment to examine the crime situation in the region. Crime is an economic and social issue with far-reaching consequences and a variety of intertwined roots. The Caribbean region suffers from some of the world's highest rates of violent deaths, at almost 3 times the global average, with most homicide victims and perpetrators being men. The global rate is 6.8 compared to CARICOM rate of 19.2 victims per 100,000 population in 2020. I would like to applaud the government of Jamaica for the initiative taken thus far to reduce criminality by almost 20% for the year 2024. This is significant. In 2023, Jamaica's homicide rate per capita was 49% per 100,000. For 2024, it is about 34 per 100,000. This reduction in crime have multiple impacts on Jamaica and in extension the region, including on improving the lives and livelihoods of Jamaicans. A recent report by the IMF noted that reducing crime rates to the world average would significantly boost economic growth in the region. Prisons have a key role to reduce crime. Estimates suggest that the gains from closing the violence gap are large. The results imply that reducing the difference in crime levels between the Caribbean and the world average by 50 or 100% would boost Caribbean GDP growth by 1 or 5% points respectively. The study also notes that countries like Jamaica would benefit the most, boosting GDP growth by about 2% points per year by closing the gap with the world average by 50%. Crime and insecurity have become increasingly widespread in the region, entailing not only social costs, but significant negative effects on productivity, capital accumulation, and economic growth. Crime undermines economic growth, generates fear and violence with communities, and undermines development while exacerbating inequalities. Victims often endure lasting physical and psychological trauma, while whistleblowers and witnesses who expose these criminal networks face significant personal risk, including retaliation. The World Bank has noted that Jamaica's economy has been held back by high crime rates, which have made the country less attractive to tourism and foreign investment. While there are other factors, violence in the Caribbean is often associated with 3 intertwined factors of gang violence, drug trafficking, and access to illicit firearms. Firearms are the lifeblood of crime. and gang violence in Caribbean states. The illicit trafficking and misuse of firearms is intrinsically linked to criminals and gangs as facilitators of violent crime, as tools to perpetrate power, and as lucrative trafficking commodities that fuel armed violence, crime, and insecurity. In CARICOM, illicit firearms is responsible for 80% of homicides, compared to the global average of 54% in some countries. This proportion reached 90% in some countries. Interviews conducted and undertaken with prison inmates in Belize, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago shed further light on the illicit acquisition of firearms in the Caribbean. Inmates who committed firearms offenses acquired the firearms at very young ages. More than half acquired their first firearms while under the age of 19. They also had very low education attainment, including a high rate of dropping out of schools. Others indicated that the environment they live in, including the existence of local criminality in their neighborhoods, structural issues in their communities, or difficult living conditions linked to poverty, were also reasons for acquiring illicit firearms. Post-penal strategies must take into consideration these variables. The IDB study also showed that low education attainment is related to high level of criminal recidivism. The cost of crime is high for everyone, whether it's the family, whether it's the community, whether it's the state, or the victim and the offender. In 2019, the direct medical costs and productivity loss due to firearms-related violence amounted to $135 million in Jamaica. This figure underestimates the total impact of firearms violence on health. Beyond these deaths, many victims suffer from injuries, disabilities, and ill health due to violence. For instance, increasing evidence shows that the harmful effects of exposure to violence can increase the risk of substance abuse, mental illness, and suicidality. Chronic disease like heart attack, diabetes, and cancer, and social problems such as crime and further violence. Gang violence continue to saturate the regional crime landscape as violent clashes, retaliations, contract killings, fights for control and protection of drug routes, and other related criminal activities continue to undermine public order and the subversion of state security structures. Now, the issue of crime, we must look at the key drivers and some of the key drivers globally which push crime in the region, such as technological development, have dramatically altered the nature of crime, expanding its reach and complexity. Innovations like 3D printing is disrupting illicit markets by decentralizing production, reducing the need for traditional suppliers such as firearms. Advanced delivery systems like drones and unmanned marine vehicles are revolutionizing substance distribution, and we've seen that in many prisons in the Caribbean, where drones are used to drop substances in prisons. Moreover, the shift towards synthetic drugs are reshaping illicit markets, making regulation and interdiction increasingly difficult. The drug trade is shifting towards synthetic drug like cannabinoid, which can be synthesized anywhere, not just in specific regions where plants grow. This is definitely altering production. Additionally, synthetic drug is difficult to regulate and interdict. Now, today, I wanted, first of all, to present the crime situation in the region and how prison reform could assist in reducing crime significantly. Today, I invite each of you to take a moment, just perhaps 2 seconds, to envision what the Caribbean would be like with significantly less crime. Picture a future where our streets are safe, our communities thrive, and our economies flourish without a constant shadow of crime. Imagine a future where crime no longer dictates lives or impedes progress. This future is possible, where crime no longer dictates lives or stalls progress, where our communities are liberated from illicit influence. However, to attain this future, I would like to reiterate that there is an urgent need for prison reform across the Caribbean, including improving rehabilitation and restorative justice principles. Organized crime and the violence it endangers can be reduced significantly. It is incumbent upon us to deny this insidious threat the fertile ground it requires to thrive, whether it's drug smuggling, whether it's armed trafficking, whether it's reform of the prisons, and I would say significantly reform of the prison system. Crime is a complex phenomenon driven by diverse factors, but importantly, the prison and restorative justice is critical in terms of us advancing a secure region. An RDB study in 2020 of 6 Caribbean countries provides, and including in terms of those 6 Caribbean countries, prisons, Jamaica was included. It indicated that the factors that led to initial incarceration are also factors related to recidivism, including low educational attainment, drug use, in particular personal use and growing up in a household where other family members use drugs, family violence, experiencing physical punishment and witnessing violence against their mother as a child, leaving home at an early age, and residing in neighborhoods with criminal gangs. These variables should be considered in designing interventions to reduce recidivism and as part of the comprehensive safety strategy implemented by governments. In all of the countries studied, inmates who use drugs and or alcohol before committing their crime showed higher levels of recidivism than those who did not consume such substances. According to international literature, individuals who have substance abuse issues, when incarcerated, and have access to treatment programs during custody, show lower levels of drug use after leaving prison. Yet, at the time of the study, none of the Caribbean prisons surveyed offer substance abuse treatment programs. High levels of drug use were observed within the Caribbean prisons, and importantly, the results showed that most drugs are brought in by prison staff. Since drug is a risk factor for criminal recidivism, the importance of extending participation in substance use treatment programs during incarceration is a key finding emerging from the study and is a key finding in terms of preventing recidivism. Governments in the region spend a relatively large share of GDP on public order and safety, including on prison institutions. While high level of spending in public order and safety may be necessary to prevent additional crimes, this also suggests that effective practices, including in correction facilities to combat crime, could free up significant resources for other priority expenditure, whether it's in education, whether it's in health. Caribbean governments should prioritize reducing the prison population, including through rehabilitation and restorative justice principles. Caribbean countries tend to use incarceration to a greater degree than countries in other regions. So I must applaud the government of Jamaica in terms of the work they are doing and in terms of taking leadership with regard to restorative justice. 6 of the 15 countries with the highest incarceration rates worldwide are actually Caribbean countries. In the region, we have high level of prisoners on remand also, which shows the urgent need for a more efficient justice system. With regard to recidivism, 41% of inmates surveyed in the Bahamas, Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago were recidivists, as stated earlier. 40% of recidivated prisoners were imprisoned within a year of release. And in Guyana, Barbados, Suriname, and the Bahamas, roughly a quarter lost their freedom again in less than 6 months. These stark findings are cause for concern, making clear that prison system fails to rehabilitate many offenders or ensure the successful re-entry into society. Another key finding of the study focused on the environment in which inmates are socialized and its implications for their criminal paths. Inmates who grew up in deprived settings, characterized by family violence, abuse by parents or caregivers, incarceration of family members, early separation from the household, and criminal gangs in the neighborhood were more likely to commit a crime and show higher level of recidivism. These risk factors were found consistently among the 6 countries studied, suggesting that there should be a focus of social prevention policy and post-release within Caribbean countries. A key issue to advance prison reform is re-entry community programming. Services to support successful re-entry are lacking, contributing to high rates of recidivism. The IDB study indicated that less than 1 in 5 prisoners have access to the pre-release services, such as counseling or orientations for job seeking, and between 6% in Suriname and 14% in Trinidad and Tobago have access to pre-release services. Post-release re-entry support programs dedicated to issues like job search, housing, drug use treatment, mental health, and reintegration into the education system are almost entirely absent in most Caribbean countries. Jamaica had the highest proportion of inmates who accessed post-release services in the Caribbean. So the Ministry of Justice is doing some great work. In the study, it was found out that Jamaica had the highest proportion of inmates who access post-release services. So while inmates may feel that they are ready for reintegration, the difficulties they face on release may be insurmountable, potentially leading to reoffending. There are severe deficiencies in the quality and availability of reintegration and re-entry programs in Caribbean prisons, and that this may contribute to the high recidivism rate in the region. Therefore, we need to expand the availability and strengthen the quality of rehabilitation and re-entry programming, whether it's through what previous speakers have spoken to, provide education, job training, therapy, and substance use treatment for all inmates. Whether it's for social and health services, provide substance abuse treatment and other essential support programs, pre- and post-release services, offer support and employer incentive to hire former inmates, and societal reintegration, enhance support for successful re-entry into society. Some other recommendations, including diversion programs, to establish programs to divert people who have committed non-serious offenses or who do not pose a threat to the public out of the prison system and into some form of alternative punishment or treatment. We have to explore more community-based sanctions, such as suspended sentences, probation, electronic monitoring, house arrest, community service, and fines to lower imprisonment rate and reduce the cost of the prison system. Establish programs to divert people who have committed non-serious offenses or who do not pose a threat to the public out of the prison system and into some form of alternative punishment or treatment. International research has found that employment programs, including work in prison, education, and vocational training programs that aim to equip inmates with useful credentials, and programs that prepare inmates for job searches outside of prison are associated with lower recidivism rates. We must support inmates to maintain strong bonds with family during and after incarceration, as this is also an important factor in terms of reducing recidivism, in terms of supporting inmates, in terms of that bonds and visitation, and as part of the Nelson Mandela rule, which calls for visitation in the prison. So that's a key issue we must look at in terms of strengthening our prison. But some of the key barriers I'd like to leave you with is that some of the key issues of prisons and correctional facilities. Staff shortages due to high level of attribution rate. Being a prison officer, unfortunately, in many countries is not an attractive job. We have recruitment and retention of qualified staff due to low wages. And there is the plea in many countries that the prison, perhaps, in terms of the wages, we must look to perhaps in increasing those wages to that of other security sector. The issues of overcrowding and very antiquated and poorly designed prisons, which basically will have an impact on recidivism, how prisons are designed, and the lack of rehabilitation program. I would like to thank the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Security, and the government of Jamaica for giving CARICOM Impacts the opportunity to present on issues in this region. Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. So we're going to take a quick break now, folks. It's coffee break time, and then when we come back after that, we'll go into the panel discussion. 10 minutes for coffee breaks. Everybody move fast. When we come back, we'll move into the panel discussion. And remember, just a reminder, really want your interaction, your questions, your comments. So start thinking in the break for me in terms of your comments you want to share.
Guys, conflict is normal, but how you deal with it makes a difference. You have the right to feel strong emotions such as anger, fighting, or using intimidation does not help to resolve conflict. Talk it out, don't fight it out. If the problem continues, talk to a responsible adult, a parent, teacher, or guardian. You can also ask the Victim Services Division, where you can speak with a counselor.
Ministry of Justice, come access quality service to keep order within the nation. We facilitate good relation. Legal aid in your pocket. I lick the East child diversion for you to need expertise. Victim service, we help you cope with grief. Restorative justice, build back the peace. No matter where you come from, how we say justice for all Jamaicans. MOJ, Ministry of Justice, come access quality service.
MOJ, taking justice to the people of Jamaica.
recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica.
The Live Good initiative is aimed at promoting healthy, respectful relationships at home, at school, and in our communities. Let's return to the days when members of our communities all participated in rearing our children with kindness, good manners, and discipline. Let's respect each other. Let's become our brother's keeper. Let's replace violence with understanding. Let's all strive to live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
The winner of the Marcus Garvey Award for Excellence in the Performing Arts is Arden High.
You could be the 2025 winner, but it starts with your entry, which is now easier than ever with our new online platform. Just log on at jcdc.gov.jm. Entries closed December 13. Log on now, jcdc.gov.jm.
Join PBCJ Thursdays at 8 p.m. for Let's Talk Goals, a dynamic 30-minute discussion program focused on sustainable development in Jamaica.
When we talk about hotter summers, you could kind of put it in the same category as weird weather.
So you really are talking about different patterns across different places, which is why I made the point about location. Because if it gets that hot, the kind of attractiveness that we have as a destination might be lost, because the tourists don't want to come here to be fanning all the time. They want to be enjoying a warm enough climate, but that one that is also salubrious.
Let's Talk Goals, Thursdays at 8 p.m. only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30. It normally peaks between August and October. Be prepared. Place important documents such as legal papers, passport, birth certificate, marriage license, financial papers, medical records, and insurance policies in airtight plastic bags or in a safety deposit box. If possible, make copies of them. You can also use an external hard drive to store your documents and access these secure documents from any computer. Monitor your radio or television for weather updates and instructions. Be prepared.
Get ready to be inspired. Join us on PBCJ's Giving Hearts, the show that celebrates kindness, compassion, and generosity.
So we try to give books, shoes, lunch snacks, and uniform allowance.
We'll share powerful stories of individuals and organizations making a difference across the island each week.
My mother and I felt the need to keep helping children with special needs and other children.
From ordinary people doing extraordinary things to organizations driving positive change.
And we haul up garbage, whether with our nets, hooks, picks.
Giving Hearts will warm your heart and inspire you to take action. Don't miss Giving Hearts, airing Sundays at 8 p.m. with a rebroadcast on Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. exclusively on PBCJ, the People's Station.
If you want to volunteer, definitely do it. You get actually a rewarding feeling after.
Join the movement. Spread love. Give from the heart. Giving Hearts, Sundays at 8 p.m., Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. on PBCJ. Follow us on social media at PBC Jamaica for updates and more inspiring stories.
I saw you want to live. I walk and look over your shoulder. No sleep at night. I wonder if your family safe. Your mother, your brother, your sister, your youth them. And when you get catch, are you alone? But not there to help you. You have to talk for yourself a court. And then when you're gone behind the bars, them see them on their road. I live them life and I enjoy life. Gang violence don't make no sense. Leave gang violence alone. Let's work together and make Jamaica a safer and peaceful country. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Jamaica has more than 28 species of birds, land snails, reptiles, amphibians, and hundreds of flowering plants that are only found in Jamaica. I am Marlon Samuels. Join me to learn more about Jamaica's native and endemic flora and fauna.
Know your natives and endemics. Sundays at 11:15 a.m. exclusively on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Denise Williams here, inviting you to join us on Financially Focused, the ultimate destination for go-getters who are ready to take the step-by-step actions to master your finances and create a family legacy. Tune in, watch, take notes, and participate to discover the strategies of our expert guests who provide invaluable guidance and powerful coaching tools to supercharge your financial journey.
Tune in to Financially Focused, Thursdays at 8:30 p.m. only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
End up here over here, son of a lift up now.
Welcome to Flatbridge. The infamous Dopey Church. I never afraid. If you wash your face with rice water, then you can't see Dopey.
No, me don't want to say Dopey, no.
If I turn the yoke to the left, then the airplane will bank to the left.
Oh, that! Oh, that! Where's my bicycle, dog?
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
I saw you want to live. I walk and look over your shoulder. No sleep at night. I wonder if your family safe. Your mother, your brother, your sister, your youth them. And when you get catch, are you alone? But not there to help you. You have to talk for yourself a court. And then when you're gone behind the bars, them see them on their road. I live them life and I enjoy life. Gang violence don't make no sense. Leave gang violence alone. Let's work together and make Jamaica a safer and peaceful country. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students' Loan Bureau has a loan for you, so you can focus on your future.
The winner of the Marcus Garvey Award for Excellence in the Performing Arts is Arden High!
You could be the 2025 winner, but it starts with your entry, which is now easier than ever with our new online platform. Just log on at jcdc.gov.jm. Entries close December 13. Log on now, jcdc.gov.jm.
It must stop. It have to stop. Gang violence is not the solution to our problem. It will only cause pain and suffering. Let's find non-violent ways to solve our conflict. Let's work together to create a safer and peaceful Jamaica. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
This is the Caribbean,
a region known for its stunning beauty and vibrant culture, but also for being among the most vulnerable to the impacts of a changing climate. 2024 is predicted to be a year of climate extremes, a hyperactive Atlantic hurricane season, and early onset of an intense heat season.
When you combine humidity and heat, that is where our bodies get stressed very easily. That is not just human bodies, that is also most living beings, whether it's crops that farmers grow, livestock, whether that is the environment. Heat is becoming dangerous.
The impacts of climate change and climate variability on the Caribbean are becoming increasingly severe.
Basically, the entire Caribbean will be in its wet season until early August. And during that time, whereas in the Eastern Caribbean you get more a progressive increase in the shower activity, in a regular year, this year it might be faster, it might be more intense, it might be more explosive showers. What we're seeing is 23 to 29 storms over the year as a whole, but for the second half of the hurricane season, it's gonna be a little bit more active than we're used to, with double the amount of storms that we usually get between September and November.
By staying up to date about climate information specific to your country, we can prepare and protect our communities, our livelihoods, and the environment.
We want you to enjoy the beauty of our island home, and that includes your beaches. That is why we are upgrading at least 9 beaches and equipping them with restrooms and other amenities for your comfort. Jamaica's beaches are your beaches. Your government cares about your recreational environment.
Get ready to be inspired. Join us on PBCJ's Giving Hearts, the show that celebrates kindness, compassion, and generosity.
So we try to give books, shoes, lunch snacks, and uniform allowance.
We'll share powerful stories of individuals and organizations making a difference across the island each week.
My mother and I felt the need to keep helping children with special needs and other children.
From ordinary people doing extraordinary things to organizations driving positive change.
And we haul up garbage, whether with our nets, hooks, picks.
Giving Hearts will warm your heart and inspire you to take action. Don't miss Giving Hearts, airing Sundays at 8 p.m. with a rebroadcast on Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. exclusively on PBCJ, the People's Station.
If you want to volunteer, definitely do it. You get actually a rewarding feeling after.
Join the movement. Spread love. Give from the heart. Giving Hearts, Sundays at 8 p.m., Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. on PBCJ. Follow us on social media at PBC Jamaica for updates and more inspiring stories.
The Live Good initiative is aimed at promoting healthy, respectful relationships at home, at school, and in our communities. Let's return to the days when members of our communities all participated in rearing our children with kindness, good manners, and discipline. Let's respect each other. Let's become our brother's keeper. Let's replace violence with understanding. Let's all strive to live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security. Join PBCJ Thursdays at 8 p.m. for Let's Talk Goals, a dynamic 30-minute discussion program focused on sustainable development in Jamaica.
When we talk about hotter summers, you could kind of put it in the same category as weird weather.
So you really are talking about different patterns across different places, which is why I made the point about location. Because if it gets that hot, the kind of attractiveness that we have as a destination might be lost, because the tourists don't want to come here to be fanning all the time. They want to be enjoying a warm enough climate, but that one that is also salubrious.
Let's Talk Goals, Thursdays at 8 p.m. only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Young Jamaicans up to 35 your government will reserve up to 10% of NHT Housing Solutions over the next 5 years just for you with 100% financing up to 15 million Jamaican dollars. This is how we are empowering and breaking the cycle of poverty meaningfully. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We know you want better roads in your towns and communities. That is why through the Spark program, your government is allocating over $40 billion over 2 years to fix your community and rural roads. 20 billion will go towards fixing smaller roads in every area, with 150 million allocated per area. The remaining funds will be distributed based on road length and condition, ensuring areas with greater need receive more assistance. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
It must stop. It have to stop. Gang violence is not the solution to our problem. It will only cause pain and suffering. Let's find non-violent ways to solve our conflict. Let's work together to create a safer and peaceful Jamaica. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30. It normally peaks between August and October. Be prepared. Place important documents such as legal papers, passport, birth certificate, marriage license, financial papers, medical records, and insurance policies in airtight plastic bags or in a safety deposit box. If possible, make copies of them. You can also use an external hard drive to store your documents and access these secure documents from any computer. Monitor your radio or television for weather updates and instructions. Be prepared.
I saw you want to live. I walk and look over your shoulder. No sleep at night. I wonder if your family safe. Your mother, your brother, your sister, your youth them. And when you get catch, are you alone? But not there to help you. You have to talk for yourself a court. And then when you're gone behind the bars, them see them on their road. I live them life and I enjoy life. Gang violence don't make no sense. Leave gang violence alone. Let's work together and make Jamaica a safer and peaceful country. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Denise Williams here, inviting you to join us on Financially Focused, the ultimate destination for go-getters who are ready to take the step-by-step actions to master your finances and create a family legacy. Tune in, watch, take notes, and participate to discover the strategies of our expert guests who provide invaluable guidance and powerful coaching tools to supercharge your financial journey.
Tune in to Financially Focused, Thursdays at 8:30 p.m. only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you. Every student attending Heart NSTA Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they're training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
I saw you want to live. I walk and look over your shoulder. No sleep at night. I wonder if your family safe. Your mother, your brother, your sister, your youth them. And when you get catch, are you alone? But not there to help you. You have to talk for yourself a court. And then when you're gone behind the bars, them see them on their road. I live them life and I enjoy life. Gang violence don't make no sense. Leave gang violence alone. Let's work together and make Jamaica a safer and peaceful country. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30. It normally peaks between August and October. Be prepared. It's important to store books, puzzles, or other activities children can enjoy. If there is no electricity, monitor your radio or television for weather updates and instructions. Be prepared.
Young Jamaicans up to 35, your government will reserve up to 10% of NHT housing solutions over the next 5 years, just for you with 100% financing up to 15 million Jamaican dollars. This is how we are empowering and breaking the cycle of poverty meaningfully. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We care about our minimum wage earners. That is why we increased the minimum from the previous increase of 13,000 to now 15,000. And as our economy continues to improve, you can look forward to even more increases. Your government is caring for you.
Heart and Estate Trust now offers a $100,000 grant to heart-trained individuals running businesses for over a year. They'll also assist with business planning, marketing, skill enhancement, and other support. Your government is building a caring economy for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
America Brown.
What is your age?
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody a yard and abroad a talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure. Our pensioners are our society's backbone, and we want to make sure they are cared for. That is why the annual pension exemption and age relief exemption has been increased to $250,000 each. You have worked hard for your country, and we want you to have a little more peace of mind in retirement. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We want you to enjoy the beauty of our island home, and that includes your beaches. That is why we are upgrading at least 9 beaches and equipping them with restrooms and other amenities for your comfort. Jamaica's beaches are your beaches. Your government cares about your recreational environment.
It must stop. It have to stop. Gang violence is not the solution to our problem. It will only cause pain and suffering. Let's find non-violent ways to solve our conflict. Let's work together to create a safer and peaceful Jamaica. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Our pensioners are our society's backbone, and we want to make sure they are cared for. That is why the annual pension exemption and age relief exemption has been increased to $250,000 each. You have worked hard for your country, and we want you to have a little more peace of mind in retirement. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We know you want better roads in your towns and communities. That is why through the Spark program, your government is allocating over $40 billion over 2 years to fix your community and rural roads. $20 billion will go towards fixing smaller roads in every area, with $150 million allocated per area. The remaining funds will be distributed based on road length and condition, ensuring areas with greater need receive more assistance. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
I can. You can. We can. Let's all take the pledge to end gang violence now. Report what you know. Call 811-311-119 or visit the nearest police station.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you.
The Live Good initiative is aimed at promoting healthy, respectful relationships at home, at school, and in our communities. Let's return to the days when members of our communities all participated in rearing our children with kindness, good manners, and discipline. Let's respect each other. Let's become our brother's keeper. Let's replace violence with understanding. Let's all strive to live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
It must stop. It have to stop. Gang violence is not the solution to our problem. It will only cause pain and suffering. Let's find non-violent ways to solve our conflict. Let's work together to create a safer and peaceful Jamaica. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Every student attending Heart NSTA Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they're training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your safety and security continue to be our priority. We are seeing a downward trend in major crimes, and we are investing $650 million in technology improvement for our police force to provide greater coverage across Jamaica by 2028.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students' Loan Bureau has a loan for you so you can focus on your future.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh, man, no, brother, no, man,
You know, see you ever play rest? Dirty game,
yeah, but a bad game. No, I said, place you come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, Bridging. No shake on, I can play a little bad, Bridging.
Really have to shake on?
Yeah, man, and no badness, Bridging. Just live good, man.
Come together as one and make the violence done.
I saw you want to live. I walk, I look over your shoulder. No sleep at night. I wonder if your family safe. Your mother, your brother, your sister, your youth them. And when they get catch, Are you alone? But not there to help you. You have to talk for yourself a court. And then when you're gone behind the bars, them see them on their road. I live them life and I enjoy life. Gang violence don't make no sense. Leave gang violence alone. Let's work together and make Jamaica a safer and peaceful country. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
We know you want better roads in your towns and communities. That is why through the SPARK program, your government is allocating over $40 billion over 2 years to fix your community and rural roads. $20 billion will go towards fixing smaller roads in every area, with $150 million allocated per area. The remaining funds will be distributed based on road length and condition, ensuring areas with greater need receive more assistance. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
I can. You can. We can. Let's all take the pledge to end gang violence now. Report what you know. Call 811-311-119 or visit the nearest police station.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Welcome back to the second part of the program. Now, this part is going to be much more interactive. We're going to be having a panel discussion. But as I said at the beginning, remember, we do welcome your feedback, your input. We very much want your comments and your ideas in terms of how to make the post-sentence rehabilitative process a lot more interactive and a lot more effective. So we're looking forward to all your comments on that. In terms of our guests on the stage, we have Detective Sergeant Joy Carter from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. We also have with us Public Defender Carolyn Reed Cameron, King's Counsel. We have with us as well the Chairman of the Parole Board, Retired Justice Glenn Brown. With us as well is Shauna Trowers, Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of National Security. We also heard from her a little bit earlier on. And we have as well Dr. Mark Thomas, who is the Deputy Commissioner for Rehabilitation, Probation and Aftercare Services in the Department of Correctional Services. And really looking forward to delving into some of the issues here. And you know, I think Dr. Thomas, I'm going to start with you, in fact, because he smiled, and I think he was anticipating this because of the fact that, as was highlighted in the presentation earlier, despite the fact that we've had numerous referrals from the community, the courts, the police, there's only been one referral from the Department of Correctional Services, which is so key to this aspect of the restorative justice process. Can you tell us why you think that is? We're just working through a couple of kinks.
Test. All right, a lot better. CTV already sort of indicated that I should put everything in context, so I'll give me 2 minutes. All right, so how I usually do it is that, greetings colleagues, at this very moment, just for those who are unaware, persons in our care are learning to read, they're learning to write, pursuing numeracy courses. The vast majority of the persons who come to us are reading well below the level that they should be at. Take a look around the corner. There are persons who are engaging in meeting with families, case managers, social workers, having parenting sessions. Take another corner. You may have some young persons learning auto mechanics, learning how to drive. In another institution, the children are learning coding and robotics. As was mentioned earlier, we have hundreds participating in the CSEC program. Last year, some crunching numbers this year, 68% passed at least one subject. On our social media page, we are highlighting one young lady in particular who came to us with no subjects, left with 7. She's gainfully employed, doing excellent at her workplace, receiving an award for customer service, and in the evening she's pursuing nursing. There are persons in our care who are for the first time pursuing tertiary studies. I see some of our partners here, UCC, Stand Up for Jamaica, persons pursuing associate's degrees as well as their bachelor's. And we can't walk through the institution without somebody coming to us and say, hey, you know, sir, I need to do my master's. So this is where we're at. Not to mention, CTV showed some pictures. Last time I checked, we did well over 100 million miles produced in terms of just they're feeding themselves. 100% of the chicken we consume is processed on our facility. We're overproducing in terms of eggs. So persons are engaged at all levels. It's an extensive process. So you're right, that we have to do better in terms of restorative justice. And I checked last night just to be sure it's not just in my mind. Restorative justice is a part of our rehabilitation strategy going all the way back to 2015. So what is needed is that, well, we had a situation with COVID where we had lots of lockdowns, programs, disruption, so that accounts a big chunk of it. But also, and we're going to discuss this today, how can we move forward? CTD mentioned, of course, the necessary policy shifts that needs to happen in the memorandum and the support services that will be needed. We trained, sensitized just under 200 inmates, staff members, correctional officers, probation officers in restorative justice. Unfortunately, we had one successful case and we are on board to ensure that we expand massively going forward. I don't know if CT does.
But just move that on a little bit for me, because it sounds as if you're saying you do have all the elements in place. But that particular referral, from what I saw from the chart, was actually several years ago. So if you're doing all the fantastic work that you were just describing, is there a missing step? Is there a missing link?
Oh, definitely. So if we can get into it. So I don't think right now we have a chief liaison, which we had several years ago. Also, when we did the last sensitization we did was 2 years ago. So the numbers that I just mentioned spoke to the sensitization across the business. Persons, it's a revolving door, as you can imagine. Persons are going out on a regular basis, coming in, including staff changes. So those are the first, I would say, in terms of the missing, ensuring that we have the training being consistent, and we have some ideas as to how to integrate. I think it's a buzzword, but it's absolutely essential. If we're going to go forward, the training has to start at our training college to ensure that the next batch of correctional officers are well aware. Internally, or developmental training for civilian staff would have to include restorative justice. That was not a part of the original setup. So we have the lessons learned, and it's really just to integrate properly, have the resources that are needed, dedicated staff who are competent and able to ensure that there is follow-up, because it's one thing to sensitize, and then all the barriers that I'm sure we'll go into need dedicated staff to focus on that, and that was one of the biggest missing elements.
Thank you so much. And Justice Brown, could you share a perspective from the parole board's perspective as this whole issue of post-sentencing restorative justice?
Well, as far as the board is concerned, the board acts in accordance with the legislation. We do not interface with a prisoner until he has applied for parole. That is in accordance with the Act. Now, for the reform program, that is something that must be initiated during the period that he is actually in custody. Because when he's eligible for parole, that is when he makes an application to the board. During the period, rehabilitation is administered by the correctional services. The legislation now says that you can do by having the victim involved. The question I would ask is, how do you get the victim and the prisoner together, where the system from the beginning is adversarial? Now, one area which I would recommend to the minister, at the end of every criminal trial, what you find is that the victim is more concerned with the term justice. And justice to the victim is how long the judge send him to prison. Our system of justice does not allow the victim to speak with the defense before the trial starts. You cannot interfere with a witness because that's a criminal offense. So, how do we get at the end of the proceedings? At sentencing, you have a victim impact statement. You have a victim support unit. They, at that stage, they can tell you whether or not the victim will consider this policy. The defense attorney, in his submission to the court, and also when the probation officer speaks to the individual, they can also at that stage indicate whether they are willing for this rehabilitation. Generally, the victim is concerned with how do I get compensation. And Minister, this is where I'm going. If you do a trial and the court says the person is guilty, the issue should be res judicata. That is, once the court says the person is guilty, that's a fact. Why then, if the victim should seek compensation out in the civil arena, you have to go through a whole trial? What we should be looking at is to pass legislation to say that issue is no longer an issue. And if you do it that way, then the prisoner and the victim will have something to look forward to. Because at the end of a trial process, generally the victim disappears. And at the board, when we look at whether or not a person ought to be rehabilitated, we try to locate the victim. Generally, the victim has moved away from the area. So this is the problem that you have to face. So therefore, you need to set up a system, and this is where, Minister, when I was a young clerk of the court, or as I'm just graduated from law school, and I came to the ministry to work for a short period, the prisons was a part of the justice system, part of the ministry. So I was able to tour almost every prison facility. Know what you're dealing with. You have a minister for security controls the prisons, and we are trying to get something done inside. And I know from experience with the drug court how difficult it is for security and health to come together with justice to do anything. So I know that is the problem you'll always face.
That's a great segue, in fact, to the minister, because, Minister, I know you were speaking earlier about the need for reform, both policy as well as legislative, and I wonder if you have any comments, having heard Justice.
Let me respond directly to the points raised by Justice Glenn Brown. The pre-sentence position in the courts are very successful, especially in appropriate cases where the victims and the offenders know one another. The point now is, once a case has been tried, in other words, and as Justice Brown has said, and the
person has been found guilty. The victim definitely is interested, and only interested, in what has been done to do justice for what the offenders has committed. Now, one of the things I am certainly trying to look at is a victim compensation fund, which, if resources are available, could really assist the victims a great deal. But until that comes, oftentimes the victim, as you quite right to say, feel that there should be reparatory justice, some sort of compensation should be afforded. The truth is that in most cases, the accused is, penniless. Many of the accused can't afford it. But there's still the feeling by the victim for retributive justice. The question arises, is it something, let us look at the non-custodial, possible non-custodial sentence. Is it possible for the judge to say, you have to repair the damage you have done to the victim, so we're going to suspend the sentence for a year, and during the course of a year, you must go to one of the restorative justice center, if the victim is agreeable, to have some circles to see if there could be a restoration of the relationship, or there is a mitigation of the damage that has been done. Now, that would help greatly, because at the end of a year, it would really help that at least some of the enraged feelings between them would have been eased. But what about the custodial sentence now, where the person has been sentenced to a fixed term of imprisonment and is actually in the prison? And you're quite right, how do you even try to get a relationship or some sort of circle between the victim or the families of the victim and the accused? That's a challenge. That's a challenge. And I think that is something which needs to be worked out. I have no doubt we won't be able to deal with all the cases, but there could be enough cases where the incarcerated offender would like to repair or to grow, to rehabilitate, because they could look forward to parole. Because especially if it is a long sentence, 10 years or more, if they go through a process of restorative justice and at least keep in touch, if possible, with the victim or the victim's family, then the correctional officers or the probation officers will be able to present to the parole board that there has been some easing of the, should I say, the problem or the challenge of the offender with the victim and with the community, as the case may be. Because I know, well, I've never been in a parole hearing, but I suspect that the parole board would consider what has the accused done in prison. Has he done any program? Is he in touch with his family? And especially if it could be shown that he has been in touch with the victim's family to apologize, to try to see some sort of understanding, that could help to ease the burden of the parole board whether or not to grant parole. But I don't have an answer at the moment how it will be done. That is why we say we have this, consultation to see how could this be done. One of the things we are hoping to discuss with, the correctional officers, how best could restorative justice be used in the correctional centers to assist not only them, but matters like the parole board and victims who are out there. Some of them feel abandoned.
Thank you so much.
Can I just add something?
Of course.
Many years ago when I was a magistrate, I sent a lady to prison to serve her time on weekends. So during the week, she goes to work. But on Friday, she goes back to prison. I used that once, but the problem was that the correctional services said they've had some difficulty with it. But this was one way to ensure that the person was able to earn money. So that in this particular instance, the victim could get money. And the act provides for it. But it is rarely ever used.
Creative thinking. Madam Public Defender, one of the, when we talk about the justice system, we're talking about the rights of the accused or the convicted person, the rights of the victim as well. Bearing in mind what you've heard, how well do you think the restorative justice process post-sentencing is balancing those rights?
If I may be allowed to just follow up
Please.
on what Justice Brown has said. We were called upon recently to comment on the policy drive that the correctional services were on as it related to a green paper that they were producing. And one of the recommendations that we made was that they have a work program, or they say they have a work program. Perhaps what they could do is to get granular. Persons who are incarcerated could possibly work while being incarcerated on that same work program. The correctional services could maintain accounts, for example, for them. Whatever it is they earn could be posted to that account. By virtue of them accumulating funds within that context, the funds could be utilized, whether it be with their decision, with their approval, of course, whether it be in terms of pursuit of restorative justice, whether it be in terms of maintaining the children that they left outside unsupervised by them. The long and short of it is that the opportunity is there, we feel, for, in that context, to be able to provide fuel for the whole concept of the restorative justice program. As it relates to, you asked about post-sentencing, that would fall squarely within that context, I believe. And that having been done, they would be able to rehabilitate themselves and still remain functional and respectable human beings at the end of the process.
And you see it as a process then that, what should I say, that respects the rights of all the parties?
Of all parties concerned. It allows them to be human. It allows them to continue to have dignity, if you want to put it that way. And it basically allows them opportunities that they can make decisions in accordance with what it is they need at the given time.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me bring in Detective Sergeant Joy Carter and first ask you for your thoughts on what you've been hearing.
I am in total support. I am in total support of the idea. I mean, I'm here just even recanting just experiences, even as our minister shared about the, Mr. Brown shared about his past experiences. These are some of the things that we use to try to drive the different initiatives, because you can only go from some of the things or the experiences that you've had. And even myself here just recanting on being just that regular police on duty who sees a family come 7 days for the week for the same issue. There certainly is going to be reoffending, and so you're forced as an individual to see how best I can try to resolve, or I can try to mediate. So I understand the initiative, and I'm in total support.
Is that something you think that you're seeing now among your colleagues in the force, this acceptance of this idea of restorative justice?
Certainly. It is evidenced daily through our child diversion program. our community-based policing programs. I see, and I spoke earlier about just the everyday interaction with individuals, but struggle that we have, or a struggle that I see daily as a police officer, is that it is sometimes not readily accepted by members of the public, because as law enforcement officers, based on what you're expected to do, there's an extent. How far do you go? Meaning, for example, if there's domestic violence as an issue or a child diversion issue, the fact that those principles are cemented somewhere, you find that you get good reception if someone comes with an issue that is related in that area, and your actions as the police, you know, the actions that you take. But sometimes you get a pushback from victims who just sees the police making the efforts to try to mediate or try to, you know, put some things in place to try to prevent the reoffending. And so if it is that it is not properly cemented and placed on paper, sometimes we get a pushback. So for us, that's something that we definitely want for some legislative and policy support that will help us to be more confident in our actions and give the necessary support that we are supposed to.
Okay, I just want to remind the viewers as well as people in the room, you can now ask questions. Feel free. Don't want you just sitting. Okay, I say hands going up. Okay, so we're going to be coming around with the microphone. We're going to ask you to identify yourself and your organization when the mic is brought to you. All right, we are coming to you with the microphone right now. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Leroy Graham from St. James. I'm a member of the Justice of the Peace Association. I just want to ask a question. I'm heavily involved in jail visitation. And one of the concerns we have is that not a lot of JPs want to be involved in jail visitation anymore. The first is that some of the conditions, they are never resolved, and you face the same thing over and over again. The other thing, I'm finding that most of Jamaica's best lawyers are in the lockups because they groom the ones who come in, and for any action that needs to be taken, they have a solution that will help them to get out of it. The Restorative Justice programs looks at pre-trial or pre-sentencing and after the, but in that middle order, you are losing the opportunity to kind of change the culture. And we are losing out, and that is where we are losing out. And I think the law needs to be changed, or the policies and acts, to allow an intervention at that time when they are in custody, so that you can change the mindset. Because it is very organized, and unless you deal with that middle order, you're going to be in problems.
Okay, to be clear, you're talking about the period after sentence?
While they are in the lockup, when you go into a cell with 120 persons.
Okay, before trial?
Before trial.
Okay,
we're missing that opportunity to kind of change the mindset and to get them to think positively and to take a different approach to society. And in that middle order, sometimes somebody gets bail and they go right out before the trial takes place for the other offense and offense again. On the same persons, and there are communities that are rejecting them, and we need to look at that middle order.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I'm sure that the comment is going to be noted, but I'm just going to remind you that we are focusing on the post-sentence aspect of restorative justice. So the point will be noted, but in terms of a response, I'm going to be restricting the panelists to commenting on the post-sentence prospect. Where are we going next? Go ahead.
Yes. So just to say to everyone, and Detective Carter, thank you very much for that. Just to advise that one of the aspects of the revision of the restorative justice policy and the legislation is that we want to expand and provide more prescriptive provisions to empower the police so that they can make the referrals. So that is coming up in the updated policy, just to assure you, so that they have a more cemented and strong approach to engage with the public.
So the support is coming?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome the support.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I just wish to highlight my comment.
Identify yourself.
Yes, sorry. My name is Celine Ogilvie. I am a representative assistant director from the office of the DPP. Commendations to the minister and your team, MOJ, for the policy and the fact of your, assisting in seeking to amend the policy or to adjust it. Now, I was going through the policy and I was looking at the definition of what is considered restorative justice. Within the definition, there is a prerequisite that one of the parties must take responsibility for the restorative justice to properly or to work effectively. The challenge that we would have with that particular definition, and I think the minister had mentioned it earlier, is that his experience is that majority of persons who are convicted never accept responsibility. And so I wondered how this particular policy would work, even though if the prerequisite for that the prerequisite or the condition in that definition to work, if that is a condition, what I would say is this. There is a possibility that you might have to, I don't know if you want to adjust or amend the definition, because if that is a prerequisite and majority of the persons who are convicted don't accept responsibility, then technically, if we were to be frank, it will never work, or it will never work in the way that it ought to. So it is something that you should take into consideration. I know there's a differentiation between restorative justice, negotiations, mediation, etc. And I see that you had to add that condition for it to be differentiated from the other aspects of alternative dispute resolutions. But if they don't accept responsibility, then I see that there is going to be a challenge with effectively utilizing this policy. And the second thing is, another prerequisite I see is that the community would then get involved if somebody accepts responsibility. It means that if somebody does not accept responsibility, then there is no way that the community or any other person would be able to get involved. But having the community involved, Minister, having the community involved, I would want to know a little bit more, to have a little bit more information as to what that would look like, because then there's this whole notion of lack of trust. I mean, am I going to, if I were, God forbid, to be a part of this restorative justice policy as one of the parties, would I trust the persons who would be adjudicating on the issue that myself or perhaps an offender or vice versa would have? Who would be a part of the community? How would that process look in terms of getting the community involved?
First of all,
one second, Minister, because there are actually 3 questions there. Let me just recap very quickly. Should the definition of restorative justice be perhaps adjusted, given that it seems it won't work if the offender has to accept responsibility? Also, what if no one in the community accepts responsibility? And then finally, what does the community involvement look like?
All right. I'm going to ask Jonah to answer the third part. But let me say, in relation to the first part, one of the reasons for the success of the restorative justice policy is that the facilitator is able to convince the offender or the suspected offender to accept responsibility. Because if the offender doesn't accept responsibility and say, no, me don't know nothing about it, what is he going to participate in? So to the extent that you say, we know that you hit the person or you committed the offense, unless he accepts that responsibility, you can't go forward. Because the first thing is to really get the wrongdoer to accept that they did something wrong. Having done that, then you go to the victim to say, the wrongdoer acknowledge that he or she did something wrong. Are you prepared to forgive or to meet to see how you can repair the damage? Now, The community comes in, generally, the community comes in, the community could be, say, in a school, it could be other children who saw what took place, or the teacher, or the guidance counselor, or in a neighborhood. The neighborhood know that this has been happening between the two neighbors. And therefore the question is, how do you get other members of the community? But I asked the director of the Restorative Justice Policy to just explain more how the community get involved.
Thank you, Minister. Good afternoon again, everyone. So when we think about the community for restorative justice, we're not looking at the physical infrastructure, and we're not necessarily thinking about the community directly where the harm was done. What we are saying is that when a crime takes place, we have primary and we have secondary victims. And so therefore, as Jamaicans, as persons from communities, we are also affected. And so it's not a case where it's just the direct parties to the actual harm. So as a result of that, it's important for there to be a safe space in which you can take in a neutral person to come in and say, no, but you guys have been living together for years in this community. It don't look good, it doesn't sound good. And so who these persons generally look like are justices of the peace. Good upstanding members of the society coming from any community who can be that positive voice of reason. So when we say community, we're not necessarily asking for your neighbor who you don't get along with. They're also being prepared for the process. So whereas the factor of trust comes in, where persons have reservations or any concerns of any sort, those are taken into considerations and you're not placed in a space where you are forced to interact with persons from your actual community that you might not be getting along with or that you might have a concern for bias.
Thank you so much. Before we go back to questions, I just want to bring in Ms. Trowers, because one of the questions people tend to ask is this process actually safe? You know, do we have to be concerned about whether it's danger to the victim, danger to community, and what is the ministry doing? I see the minister wants to jump in, but let me ask Ms. Trowers first, Minister, and then you can follow up if that's okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson-Miller. So the ministry believes that the restorative justice is a tool, not the only tool. One of the concerns as we looked at this process was balancing the accountability part of it and the risk assessment. So if we're focusing on the post-sentencing, correct, part of restorative justice, what is critical for us is, one, when the process starts. So there is a sense that both the victim, even though it's victim-centered, there's also a perception on the offender side as well, which we have seen, which, you know, my colleague started to address it. We indicated that there was only one person. And a part of that, the feedback I got from the Secretariat was that the persons who had served time and had been paroled felt that they had already served their debts to society. They felt that in some cases, they were already vilified, because what we recognize is that some of these cases were complex. There was a victim and a perpetrator, but there was also a perpetrator and a perpetrator. And so the concept of restoration has to be done in a way that we figure out which cases, so that's a part of the safety, really meet the eligibility criteria for restorative justice. And what does restoration look like? Does it mean full reconciliation? Or does it mean just us coming to the consensus that a wrong has been done? And as much as possible, justice has been served, so there isn't a feeling for a counter justice. So that is how we look at balancing it in terms of putting in place when it is done and how. In terms of the meeting of the minds and how we're going to get who I would want to call our offenders to recognize, I think that it has to be a part and parcel of the rehabilitation process where the psychosocial comes in. Because having sat, and if you could allow me, I'll just give an example. I sat with a group of inmates, and it was a Father's Day initiative, and I saw this gentleman and he was crying about something, and I asked him, why are you here? And he said, well, he was here for murder. And he said, boy, miss, I know, say, I shouldn't have murdered the man. And I said, well, okay, but why did you murder the man? And he said, well, the man had raped his niece. and the man was a bad man in the area, and he felt that his life and his family was at risk. So even though recognizing there was a wrong, he also felt that it was an inevitable situation. Now, in that case, you would need some psychosocial counseling even before we put restorative justice to it. So we're using it as a tool, but we have to use it along with the other things that we're using. So we balance the safety aspect and providing for the victim and ensuring that it becomes a tool of justice.
Okay. You had wanted to comment, Minister?
Well, the question of safety is of great concern, naturally, because sometimes an offense has been committed. What I know is that the facilitator would meet with the offender before they meet with the victim, before they enter a circle. So they'll have it in a circle, and obviously they would make an assessment. It can be done virtually, by the way. You know, in other words, you can use technology to speak. Where you find that a lot of cases that we're now encouraging is, say, spousal abuse. And in these spousal abuse cases, you're encouraging the victim who go to victim services to see if the facilitator could speak to the offender, for the offender to, you know, get back with the spouse. And certainly in a number of cases that I've heard, I mean, I've heard many cases where in spousal abuse, restorative justice have been able to bring them back together, and their families, I've heard testimonials, you know, of families who are so thankful that the restorative justice program, not offense committed in the courts, but actually in the home. And the referral is coming from the victim services end. But I can see the danger or the difficulty with an offender who sometimes feel that they're serving time which they shouldn't have served, for example, or who feel that they were done down, that they might want to take back justice, their so-called justice, on the already damaged victim. So the question of, but we're always aware that we have to be careful in terms of security.
Okay, thank you. And just before we go back to the floor, Detective Sergeant is asking to comment on that, and then we'll come back to the floor for the next question.
Okay, just to give some support in what was said, is I find that in addition to what is being said now, I remember earlier that you even paused to remind us that please remember that these victims are victims who are not forced to attend these sessions or to participate in these processes. And sometimes what I find is that the fear that exists is just simply wanting some support from the police, just have to feel safe, to have someone in that space with them. They're open to having that dialogue, they're open to, you know, facilitating the process, but they just simply want someone to give their support. And additionally, while post-sentence is being emphasized, I'm glad now that we are equipped with some authority at the pre-charge stage, where you have an opportunity between 6 to 12 months to interface, be it even in the investigative process, to interface with both the victim and the accused. So you can maximize on that opportunity to create a referral system to say, this is one of such case that even if it goes to trial and time is done, that we can try to follow up later with some form of restorative justice.
Okay, the public defender is asking to comment as well.
I wanted to ask a question. I suspect probably the minister or Ms. Strout or both could answer. Based on the context that you just described, it would appear from where I am sitting that it is the offender who would have to reach out or take the first step to initiate this kind of process in a post-sentencing situation. And so I am asking two questions, really. Has it been a situation where this restorative justice process, as it relates to post-sentencing, has it been a situation where that has actually been initiated? And what sort of experience have you had having initiated that process so that you can give us some numbers to determine whether or not it actually works. And if it is, that my assessment that an offender is a person who would have to reach out to initiate the process.
But that is the very point. We have only had one case, so there have been no referrals. You see, in a sense, we are hoping that we can have the MOU with the correctional services so that they could invite offenders who want to participate. Now, you can't force them, but to the extent that it is explained, to the extent that they could understand that it may even assist the parole process if they show that level of remorse, that level of reconciliation, if the victim is available, that certainly could assist in the post-sentence. You see, in the pre-sentence, everything is voluntary. In other words, unless the wrongdoer is prepared to accept that they've done wrong, you can't move forward. So that is a success. So oftentimes, even court, it is for a judge to say, well, you're charged. Are you prepared to go to restorative justice? Otherwise, we can start the trial. And so you must decide whether or not you want to go and look at restorative justice to see if there's anything you can reconcile with the victim before I make a determination for the case to go forward or for what sentence to impose if you plead guilty.
Just for clarity though, Minister, I think, is it that it's the offender, the person who has been sentenced, who raises their hand and says, I'm interested in this, and then the referral follows? Who makes the very first move?
Well, first of all, persons in prison would not even know about RJ, for example. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Persons in prison?
It's unlikely that persons in prison would know about RJ. That is why MOU is needed, and certain capacity building would have to start with the correctional officers who would be trained or informed about RJ, and over a period of time for the inmates to know that this process is available and who would be willing to undertake it. So it's not a question you can say all prisoners must go through this. It's not possible. So it's a question of how do you work with the correctional officers to invite, to inform them, as the case may be. I don't know how, this is where I'm reaching out, because I, as minister, certainly we in the Ministry of Justice would need to get a better understanding of how it could work.
Understood.
We don't have the policy.
I know I've been promising to go back to the floor, but we keep having responses, so I'm just going to take Ms. Trowers, and Dr. Thomas wanted to respond, and then I promise back to the floor.
Can I just say something?
Oh, and Justice Brown. Okay, so everybody is weighing in on this, then we come back to the floor.
Prisoners have common sense.
I'm just saying.
They have common sense. They know the factors that the parole board will take into consideration. We are told, for example, you have prisoners who will misbehave at the beginning, but at a particular time, they know they're coming up for parole, they then change their attitude. Now, as the minister said, what you have to do is tell the correctional officers, tell the superintendent, you advise the inmate what they can do. For example, if you are now introducing this into the prisons, you have to tell them so that they know that this is one factor that the parole board will take into consideration. Rehabilitation is important. The board will look at what you have done for rehabilitation, and that is a part of rehabilitation. But the board members know they know certain things. Because on the board is also somebody who works in the prisons. So don't believe that we're going to release somebody, even if they go on that program. That don't necessarily mean that at the end of the day, they're going to get parole, you know. Because there are other factors that must be taken into consideration.
Okay.
And that is why when you look at your program, you will see that there are areas where you cannot get the reform. They are by legislation. But like I said, I am guided sometimes, most times, I'm guided by Mrs. Stone because she works in the prison system.
Okay, Ms. Charles.
You understand?
Yes, Justice. Ms. Charles.
Thank you. So, public defender, I totally understand your question in terms of who triggers it. I want to say that I think when I looked at this policy and my team looked at the policy, we looked on it on different levels. Because a part of it is that some of the victims are actually family members. And the family members also need a sense of restoration. And they may want to, but maybe because of the guilt that the offender feels, the offender does not allow for the restorative justice process post-sentencing. And so important in the policy is the awareness and when it is introduced to the inmate. So it's not that we are moving from a victim-centered approach, but it's more awareness on the part of the offender as well, so that they are open to the sort of discussion. Currently, post-sentencing, what our experience has been with MNS is that the inmates that have been paroled, so someone who has been sentenced to life, we find that after the 10 years and they're asking for a reprieve from the Governor General, that would mean that they're no longer on parole, but because they got life, they would have had to ask for a pardon. At that point, we recognize that we see restorative justice because they are now more of faith to the fact that they want to be reprieved and they have to provide for a better relation with the family or the community. Yes. So it has to start earlier so they are aware of their rights. But it really is not for them alone to trigger it, but just the awareness. And it is important for them to come to terms with what has been done.
And Dr. Thomas, and then we're back to the floor.
Yeah, I think it would be, well, I have to just point to some of the barriers and drill down a little bit. So, for example, when the pictures go up on the screen in terms of the artwork, there's a lot of applause. And rightfully so, they're all sold out, by the way, so you can't get any. But to drill down a bit, you may not realize that the officer who is helping out responsible is doing a double shift. The officer that may be called in to do the restorative justice session or to carry the inmates to the meeting area may be doing a triple shift. These are the realities that we face on the ground. I also want to point out that the default setting for a lot of inmates is always to just say no to any new initiative. So it's the creativity of the team, the officers, social workers on the ground, that usually gets them to move from step 1 to step 2. We find in our research and pulling on our best practices, our partners in Brazil will tell you, the gang members are not going to sit in front of a psychologist or a counselor. However, if you say, let's come and learn boxing, let's come and learn kickboxing, karate, whatever the case is, then they'll be engaged. They don't even realize that during the process, and this is what we do on the inside as well, during the process, we have trained facilitators who infuse life skills lessons. You then become a mentor, you then become a role model. You're more likely to listen to this person later on, just through engagement in sports. So those are some of the tools that we use to get them to move from one stage to the other. So we are equipped in that regard. What would help as well, as the CTD mentioned, in terms of the mindset change, to get this person to first say, okay, I actually should take accountability. The chaplains would help. Anybody want to take a guess how many chaplains we have with the 6,000? We interact with 7,000 persons on an annual basis. Anybody want to guess? We're at our highest now at 9. The psychologists would help. Anybody want to take a guess as to how many psychologists we have full-time for the 7,000 persons we interact with on a daily basis? No, we're a little bit than 1. We're up to 3. These resource challenges, and as I think about, because it's going to be my job to ensure that this happens. So we are all on board, and as soon as the changes are made, we're going to do everything we can do to move it forward. But as I'm thinking, where do we meet next if we get a case tomorrow? Do you think there is a properly designed space that accounts for the privacy that we'd want? So usually what we have to do, we have to turn behind and make fashion. So we may have to do the session after lockdown. We may have to use a chapel. So we utilize all the creativity that we can muster, but the resources in terms of the training, the spaces, etc., are absolutely essential as we move forward. And I know we have no problem leaning on our wealthy partners in the Ministry of Justice to assist in that regard. In terms of the trainers, the facilitators, the resources, monitoring and evaluation is going to be critical. All of these elements, once in place, I foresee that we are going to have higher numbers.
Thank you so much. Okay, so all of that was spawned by one question. So
Ms. Jackson.
Let's see if we can move a little bit quicker going forward. My friends on the ground are on the floor are going to have to help me with who is next.
Yes, so just to clarify, just before we get to those who would like to make a point, I wanted to just clarify for parole. And as I listen to Justice Brown, what we want to remind is that for the process of parole and the concern that the detainee should actually engage with restorative justice before, what the law says now is that the parole board, the eligibility process that you'd have engaged and contemplate to grant parole to a detainee, that is not disturbed. What it is saying is simply that the board can also make a condition in you granting the parole. So the person would have met all the criteria to be given parole. But in you granting it, you can make restorative justice a condition of that parole. So I wanted to clarify that point because I don't want us to leave here to think that restorative justice should be applied and so forms part of the condition for parole. It is after they have met the eligibility criteria to be granted parole, then the board may, in their own discretion, say, yes, I'm granting you parole, but I feel that it would be helpful if you engage in the restorative justice process as well.
So it's an add-on after parole has been decided on.
It does not disturb or interrupt or intrude on your determination for the grant of parole, other than after to see to it.
Where are we now?
While you're moving, but Julia, it can be both, you know. In other words, while they're in the institution, even before they apply for parole, from they get there and they go through a process of restorative justice, and that is on their file, it is something that the parole board might well say, but wait, this person's gone through a restorative justice practice. Not that it overrides anything, but it is something that they could take into consideration in the granting of parole. In other words, the parole board has a wide discretion. And what Justice Brown is saying, and I agree, it is a factor that can be taken into account.
Okay, thank you. Where are we?
Yes, sorry, just a recommendation, Minister.
I'm so sorry. Oh. No, I'm so sorry. We have so many other hands. We have to go to somebody else.
Maybe people should line up.
Perhaps.
So my name is Milton Daly, Policy Manager for Defense and Cadet Affairs at the Ministry of National Security. And my question is, do we know the costs for recidivism? And if anybody knows the cost for recidivism in Jamaica. If not, perhaps, so I'm looking at front-loading a portion of that cost to build out some of the services for attending to the recidivism needs. Dr. Mark just mentioned about the skill sets that are inadequate, the physical plant or places for the restorative justice practitioners to facilitate those persons who are inclined to admit to guilt. So according to PIOJ, the 2019, well, it says a think tank conference board says that the productivity value of each Jamaican is approximately 20,000.
I'm so sorry. Let me just jump in here because I think we get your general point. So correct me if I'm wrong. You're asking about the cost for recidivism,
yes,
and if that cost can somehow be offset or what is being spent there instead spent on restorative justice.
Right.
Is that it?
Right. That's the nuts and bolts of it.
Okay,
and I propose into that a part of it could be used to set aside for the entrepreneurial aspect for those persons post sentencing and release.
Okay.
My other final point is that we also need to look closely as to how we practice community policing, because if we practice community policing from the place of community policing by consensus, then it will help the restorative justice process to be more synchronized.
Got you. Thank you so much, sir. Anybody want to comment on Ms. Charles, the first issue?
Thank you. My first point is that recidivism is a figure that is controversial in terms of how it is calculated. So across the world, it's calculated differently. Some countries, the Nordic does it a span of 5 years, some do it annually. And so what we find is that most economists do not calculate the cost of recidivism, but you can use a proxy. I do know the IDB study that was referenced by Impacts looks at Jamaica at having 135 million USD, which is the cost of crime. So if we are going to be mathematicians now, we can kind of extrapolate that if recidivism is averaging 40%, we're averaging that of 40% of the people who commit, they recommit, then that is how you'd get a proxy, but there is no defined cost to recidivism. We're really looking at the cost of crime. The idea of a fund, though, is a great idea. There is a fund currently that we are committed to better resourcing through the policy agenda. But I'm not sure, and this is something that we could drill down some more in at the ministry, but I'm not sure if we're going to possibly use the figure for recidivism. It would probably have to be pegged to something else because of how difficult it might be to define recidivism in that way.
Thank you. Detective Sergeant, issue of community policing and perhaps concentrating post-sentence as well.
Right, and I'm in total agreement. Why? Because I even spoke earlier of community-based policing being an evidence that shows the efforts that the JCF makes in having that reach in the community. So certainly, I believe that as a policy initiative, it could have been implemented as a tool in our community-based policies to have it being targeted so that you're not just out in the community, but there's a target audience or there's a targeted set of persons that we make that special focus on. So I'm in agreement.
Thank you so much. Where are we now? Go ahead. Remember to introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Lacine Wisdom Barnett from the Norman Manley Law School, from the Legal Aid Clinic. I have two questions. One is, in all this discussion, I don't hear any mention about persons who are deported to the island and whether or not they are considered to be a part of this process, because restorative justice seems to be the focus, but I'm pretty sure on the program I saw that it's also about rehabilitation of offenders. And so I do want to know if, given the impact of persons who are deported to our overall crime rate and all that's happening, if they are factored in. And the second thing I wanted to ask about was persons who are incarcerated and are deemed to have some type of mental health issue, given that that is, or it was said by one of the presenters, that it is one of the bars to persons being able to go through the restorative justice process, if there is any kind of screening and rehabilitation with the hope that those persons will eventually be able to re-enter society.
In the prisons, we have psychiatrists. And on the parole board, there is a psychiatrist. That's the first thing. However, what we're dealing with is prisoners who we have jurisdiction over. A deportee commit no offense in Jamaica. So therefore, there's no victim for him to compensate. When he's deported, he's not sent to complete a prison term here. So there's nothing post-factor. What we are actually dealing with is persons who have been sentenced by our justice system, placed for crime committed here, and sent to a penal institution for a particular period. And how do we rehabilitate them? That is the genesis of why we are here. So we can't deal with the British prisoner because we did not accept their funds for the prison.
You know, I think I'll just leave that one right there. just before the next question or comment, I just want to make a suggestion because I know I love the engagement. We're probably going to run out of time before everybody gets a comment. And for instance, I know people might have other ideas, suggestions, and so on. I'm asking you just, if that's the case, especially your recommendations, jot them down on a piece of paper if you weren't able to share them, and just leave them with the organizers before you leave, because I know how it goes when everybody leave and you leave with the best of intentions. Yeah, man, I'll comment, and it never happens, all right? So if you have your ideas and recommendations, just jot them down on a piece of paper now, and you can just leave them with the organizers on your way out. Let's go to the next comment, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Ellery Taylor.
Talk into the mic for me.
Ellery Taylor from the Office of the Parliamentary Council. I know that this restorative justice policy is in furtherance of National Vision 2030 Goal number 2. The concern.
I'm so sorry, I'm honestly not hearing you. Talk into the mic for me.
Okay, am I being heard now? Yes, better? Okay, lovely. Right, the concern I'm raising is that this policy is in furtherance of Vision 2030 Goal number 2, I think. The concern is that normally when ministries develop policies, those policies belong to the ministry that develops it, and the legislation that furthers it belongs to the particular ministry. But the issue here seems to be broader in terms of the scope, because it doesn't just touch and concern issues relating to the Ministry of Justice, but also the Ministry of National Security. So in developing this legislation for restorative justice, is the Ministry of National Security at the same time developing companion policy and legislation that would work side by side and help to improve the uptake of restorative justice at the end of the custodial process, so that they have the resources that are necessary based on the concerns that are raised, and so that the awareness can be built in terms, because we're talking about restorative justice post-sentencing. It means that a lot more has to be done to reduce recidivism by improving rehabilitation. So it seems to me that there is need for companion legislation in the Ministry of National Security, so that the aims and objectives that are being pursued by the Ministry of Justice are more likely to be realized.
I mean, with respect, not really. If we do some legislative changes to the Restorative Justice Act, what we're doing is to make opportunities available for departments, say, like the correctional services, to utilize these opportunities. In other words, just as we work with the Ministry of Education, we're making opportunities for the schools to participate in restorative justice. And we're doing the same. In other words, we're opening up this policy for other ministries to participate in. we're not asking them for money. We're not asking them, because when we push the restorative justice policy, we undertake all the costs. So that even if we're going to be training correctional officers, we would be paying the trainers, for example. And if we have to take them out of the prisons to bring them at AC Hotel to train them, we undertake those costs. So we're not really imposing any obligation on other departments. What we're doing is to open up opportunities.
Thank you so much, Minister. And by way of, again, just following up on my comment about feedback afterwards, there is an email address. You can email policyfeedback@moj.gov.jm. That's policyfeedback, one word, @moj.gov.jm. And you can send your thoughts there as well, your feedback, your nicely thought out interventions. But trust me on this one, if you have one idea, just jot it down on a piece of paper, change the law to say X and Y, and hand it to an organizer as well. That way you don't have to go home and feel guilty because, I meant to and never did.
Okay. Good afternoon. Elaine McCarthy, the Jamaica Umbrella Groups of Churches. Just a comment as it relates to Dr. Thomas. Must commend the program that you're doing there. But as a little concern when you mention the statistics in terms of some of the resource personnel that you need. So I was just wondering if, for instance, since you basically identify the areas of need, if you have reached out to these specific groups, for instance, the church, to get some help there, because the ratio to the population is really alarming. All right?
Well, I'm not sure Dr. Thomas wants to answer that one, but Dr. Thomas.
I'm not just leaving Dr. Thomas alone. So the Ministry of National Security actually is working with the Planning Institute of Jamaica and the Umbrella Council of Churches to engage them. I'm not sure if you may have been here earlier when I had mentioned the citizen security plan. So the concept of citizen security is very integrated. And so one of the main things that we're leveraging is partnership, because we recognize in order to make some of the changes, it cannot be done only at the ministry department and agencies. So there is a platform for the council of churches, and through the council of churches, we engage them to do different activities with the juvenile or We Transform, which works in the DCS. So it is an ongoing program that has started probably some months now, probably about 5 months now. Sorry.
I could expand as well a little bit. So in terms of, like a lot of organizations or establishment also may be a little dated, and we're working on that. So the consultants are working on building that out. So we'll have sufficient staff in every single area. But we also are facing the same concerns of every single ministry, every single agency. The schools, for example, are begging for teachers. We have the same concern. So these are the realities that just are across the entire Jamaica. So we just do with what we have, but we constantly reach out to partners to assist us in that regard. And we have a whole list of partners who are really helping us out with. The churches are one in terms of the coming in, assisting with counseling, etc. We have psychologists who also help, and we have volunteer teachers, etc. Stand Up Jamaica Left provide us with additional teachers and resources. So we have a big platform, I would say, in terms of persons assisting.
I think we all know that, the prisons are overcrowded, especially the maximum security prisons like District Prison and GP. While more inmates could be taken at Tamarind Farm and Richmond Farm, where more rehabilitation is done. This is where I think, you see, if the inmates, say, undertake restorative justice, say, at the maximum security, and they can reduce their risk factor, then they are in a better position to be moved to Tamarind Farm or Richmond Farm, where they can do some more rehabilitation work. So I'm just opening it up to say, how could we utilize the RJ within, the process that can assist in your decision where you relocate, especially long-term prisoners. So it's not just for parole and post going out. You see, the truth of the matter is that, as I say, I've been to many prisons. And one of them, I went to, around 2001, I went to a female prison in England, and a lot of Jamaicans were there who were carrying the drug mules.
Okay.
What was interesting is that in that prison, those girls were working, and they were sending back the salary that they get every week. And their families out there thought that they were working in England while they were actually in custody. And finally, you see, we need to reach a stage where the economy can provide the resources to allow the prisoners to do more rehabilitation. I want to tell you this. In Singapore, most of the prisoners are actually in BPO. They're actually the call centers. And all the prisons are air-conditioned in Singapore. And all of them are working, and they when they leave, they have funds. Now, you know, sadly, because of the inadequate resources, more work such as chicken rearing, you know, generally agricultural thing could be done at Tamarind Farm and Richmond Farm, but the resources are not provided for that to be done. But we hope in time it can be accommodated.
Public defender is saying this vindicates the point she was making. Let's go back to the floor.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deidre English-Goss. I'm from the Attorney General's Chambers. I just have a question to ask in terms of, has any consideration been given to the use of electronic monitoring devices? You know, I know it's expensive, but I'm just wondering to aid in the whole process of restorative justice.
That is something that I know has been under consideration for quite some time. A problem even at this stage is the cost of the ankle brace or the wrist brace, because first of all, it's one thing even getting those monitors, but it has to be monitored. And you see, we even looked at the possibility that persons on bail could be monitored, and certainly those on parole. But the real challenge, and I mean, I think Colonel, he was here earlier, we were discussing it because it's a matter that has been under discussion for many years, whether the Ministry of National Security or a security firm could undertake the monitoring. But it is a costly, there's some of it, you know, some of it is happening. 1 second.
So I just want to add to what Minister said. We have done at least 3 pilots. One of the significant drawbacks that we have faced, though, is it's not necessarily the device itself, but the infrastructure to monitor. So in these devices, they have things like what you call geofencing for someone to go in a defined area, which means that we must have the ability to ping it across the networks. We found it extremely difficult when we were testing it the last time if someone came out of range. So this is now where we're balancing the technology with the risk. And this was someone who we were just testing the device on, and we could not get them at a certain range. And so that is why we kind of slowed down on that process, because we wanted to make sure that some of the infrastructure was there.
Thank you. We just have 1 or 2 more questions, and then we take final comments from the panel and wrap up.
Patrick Jordan, St. Andrew, Justice of the Peace. Minister, we have prison visits with the custos of the different parishes. Could we have more of these, and then we sensitize when we go about restorative justice?
The answer is for the custodies to arrange with the the superintendent. It is not that easy, you know, to be frank with you, and it can't be that regular. It's one thing, and I know the JPs are encouraged to visit the jailhouses in the parishes, but when it comes to the prison, it is a challenge because it's a security challenge. Now, the beauty of the program that we're on today is that a number of JPs are actually RJ facilitators. So to the extent that a policy is developed where the JPs or facilitators could go into the prisons to sensitize the inmates about RJ, to see if they would take it up, then that is something which we're hoping to work out in the MOU. Okay?
Okay, go ahead for me, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Ross Clooney. Minister, just want to take, and panel, just want to take the opportunity to say restorative justice does work. It works very well. In St. Andrew, I have been asked to take justice to the people. I think I've mentioned it to you. In one case in particular, there was a family, an 87-year-old woman. The family, she could not come to the Justice Center in Augusttown. So a group of us took 8 chairs, went into St. Andrew, went to the yard, we got everybody together in a circle. And that matter, that was dragging along for, I think it was 7 years, where nobody spoke, grandmother and our children, and nobody spoke. When we left there that particular day, everybody hugged and called. So restorative justice does work. We just need some more things at the Justice Center in Augusttown. Some simple things, Minister. We're begging the ministry and Madam PS, pay us some attention, get some stuff in there, copy a copy machine, and we are good to go. Thank you.
Okay, final, fantastic note on which to end. Final comment, final. Okay, final, if you can make it very, very quick for me. Very quick.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Benjamin Maycock. I'm the Data Protection Officer in of Economic Growth and Job Creation. My question just concerns the 3rd schedule of the Restorative Justice Act. It makes exemptions for certain offenses like major crimes, any crime that will incur a sentence more than 3 years, murder, sexual offenses, and fraud. So I'm just asking how this program will best serve the accused persons and victims of these crimes.
You're asking how restorative justice serves the victims?
Yes, since these offenses of major crimes are exempt pursuant to the 3rd schedule of the Act, how best can the program serve the accused persons and victims of these major crimes, since it's exempt?
Okay, if I understand you, you're asking if it's applicable at all, since the schedule defines the offenses that are relevant to restorative justice. You're asking if it has any applicability to victims and the accused of crimes that are not on the schedule.
Yes.
That's your question?
Yes.
Okay. The short answer is no, isn't it?
Generally, you know.
So thank you for that comment. What we wanted to understand and what we're dealing with now is a post-sentence where there is no definition in terms of applicable offenses. What you're referring to is a pre-charge. So while the matter is still live on before the court, the Act makes to say that certain offenses, for example, murder, during the pre-charge, the pre-charge and pre-sentencing stage, going up to that stage, those conditions, the person, whether the victim, the offender, they cannot fall under the restorative justice program. So what we're focusing on now is the post where there is no definition as to what type of offense that would apply. It is open once you're serving time, whether it's for murder or for simple larceny, you can be engaged under the restorative justice program. If it is that you're looking at the schedule, it will not apply. So the program will not be triggered before sentencing for those offenses. That is all that it is saying.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go back to the panel now. Final comments. Everybody, I'm giving you 1 minute to say what's the most important change you think or recommendation you would make in terms of post-sentence restorative justice. Let me start with you, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. What stood out for me is the minister's comments in terms of the support that we'll be getting, and especially
Sorry, one second. Just asking, guys, we're going to be finished in just a minute. Just asking you to hold it down so we can wrap up. Go ahead, Dr. Thomas.
And I'm excited about the CTD's, what CTD said in terms of we're going to sit down, we're going to drill down in terms of the MOU, ensure that we're very clear in terms of what the rights, responsibilities are, set expectations, resources, etc., that we can really move forward. I'd really like that next year when we meet, we would see some higher numbers. Also, I'm always happy to end with a call to action. You're sitting there, you're wondering what can be done. Our host has already said, if you have some ideas, share it with us. You have experiences from other places, different parts of the world, share it with us. Let us see how much we can incorporate. Also, you may know a retired teacher, a retired instructor, a psychologist, who there's a space there. The funding is actually there for these staff members. It's just our ability to attract is sometimes problematic because of the space. So if you know those persons who are committed to national development and want an opportunity to serve in some of the most dangerous spaces, it's very rewarding. Have them sign up. Thank you very much.
Ms. Trowers.
Sure. I think my takeaway is increased awareness and triggering the RJ process earlier than parole so persons are prepared. My colleague right here asked me a great question. How are we preparing the citizens? And I think that is the takeaway for the call to action for MNS as we committed through our comments, and we will make the changes in our policy as well so that some of the changes can be done in the legislation to make sure that it is triggered at an earlier stage.
Okay, I'm going to go to the minister last. So, Minister, I'm going to skip you for now. Let me go to Justice Brown. You know Justice.
Well, my view is that once we pass legislation to deal with matters, then we must find the methods so that it can work. And therefore, in respect to parole, this is a part of the correctional services. And what we need to do is to train correctional officers how to introduce and educate the inmates in the prisons so that it can be a success. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Public Defender.
It is a noble concept. It is one that can work. And perhaps if we pay some attention to the rehabilitation process, which will make individuals or allow individuals to come out of it feeling human and therefore giving them the opportunity to make choices, like, for example, the work program that had been discussed earlier, then it may give better effect to the process.
Thank you.
My takeaway is the JCF, a force for good, is always willing to give its support in any way to support a greater Jamaica. And so there is collaboration. There is a lot of support that is currently being given. And so same can only be strengthened through properly cemented legislative support, policies, SOPs, etc. And same can be done in a manner to protect the victim, the offender, the community, and Jamaica at large.
Thank you. And Mr. Minister, you get the final word.
Well, first of all, let me thank everyone for participating, because as I indicated at the beginning, we have the green paper, and the idea is to get all the responses, including from here, into the white paper so that we can promulgate a new Restorative Justice Act. And it will be a multifaceted approach, where it wants collaboration, oversight, and capacity building. We certainly want to put in place a national oversight advisor body that can work with agencies so that it is an interagency collaboration. Certainly in the policy, we would like to look at the post-sentence area, and one of the things we are hoping is that it should have provision that detained incarcerated persons may be referred to RJ, not only under circumstances where temporary release has been contemplated, but applicable to all serving time in post-sentencing phases, including parole hearings if possible, and integration plans. This would also institutionalize restorative justice approaches such as victim-offender dialogues, community hearing circles, and reparative agreements and standard practices. But we're also looking at capacity building. We're hoping within the legislation and within the interagency collaboration, we can get to assist in the training of correctional officers, probation officers, even orderlies in the prisons in restorative justice practice, because we think this is important in terms of capacity building. We certainly want to be able to utilize on a consistent basis restorative justice right across Jamaica. As I said, we are promoting it in every nook and cranny, which must include the prison and the community centers. So I'd just like to thank everyone who came today, and please, if you have any ideas how we can promote this post-sentencing collaboration in the MOU that we will start before even the legislation, because this is a program we feel can help to heal and be a therapeutic justice for Jamaica.
Thank you so much, Minister. We've heard so much over the past few hours. I just want to highlight just a few points I think we should try to remember as we move on, move away from this particular proceeding, but of course the work continues. That the aim here is to move from the purely punitive to rehabilitation as well, with the aim of transforming offenders into productive law-abiding citizens. That the aim of rehabilitation is reintegration, positively, that Jamaica is doing the best in the Caribbean in terms of convicted persons post-sentence accessing services, and that reducing crime through measures like integration of restorative justice services can significantly lead to increased GDP in countries like Jamaica, and that the emphasis really needs to be on thinking of justice as justice that heals, and that importantly we want to change that statistic we heard earlier on with only one referral coming from the Department of Correctional Services, and that hopefully this whole process will help us move us towards that. Thanks so much to our panelists, thanks to you who've been watching online, thanks to everybody in the room. I think we've had a really great, wonderful interactive session, and as I said, the work continues. Let's keep talking. Good afternoon.